Yummy. Hey cutie pies, welcome in. How are you doing? It is a pleasure to see you all. Welcome, welcome. I'm expecting, there we go, I thought so. Thank you so much for my palette tech, Awesome Ozzy. I appreciate you. Okay, I think I found the cheat code. I have to be like right here. Right there, right there is where I catch the pals. Welcome in, my darlings. How are you doing, sweetie heart? Sweetie heart? Sweet pies? Sweetie pies? Sweethearts, you know. It is a pleasure to see you all. I have missed you so very much. Sorry, I had a really draining day today. There was actually a part of me that I almost decided not to stream tonight, which is crazy, as you guys know. That's something else entirely. But I decided to because you guys made me so happy. So I figured that I would come in and I would be happy, which is true. Beautiful Vavlin, thank you so much for my pal hat, sweetheart. I appreciate you. Welcome in, Awesome Ozzy. Thank you so much for coming in even before stream started. I really appreciate you. Also, you as well, beautiful Vavlin. Thank you so much for coming in almost a whole hour before we started stream. I really appreciate that as well. Wonderful Wolfborn. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing today, sweetie pie? Sweetest Strat, thank you so much for being here. And no worries, feel free to go off and do your worky stuff. And thank you for the care package. Sweetest Spider, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how my hand is not going to rip my earphones out. Thank you so much, sweetie. I appreciate the care package. Let's see. Awesome Aussie wants some uppies, of course, sweetie pie. Yay! Good Aussie. There you go, sweetie pie. And Gorgeous Gundam, how are you? It's so good to see you. Gorgeous Grim, you as well. Hello. How are you doing? How's everybody been today? And Magnificent Moo, welcome into you as well, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? Lovely laugh. Uppies for you too. Yay! Good love. Thank you for coming in, cutie. I saw that you're gonna be helping Aspen through a game. What game are you playing? Radical Radish, welcome in as well, sweetie. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. And Sweetest Storm also wants uppies. Grab the Storm. Wee.
Tau, please look after yourself first, then friends and family, then belongings. I think streams can come then.
Aw, thank you, Gorgeous Gundam. Honestly, the only reason that I wouldn't stream tonight is would be if you guys were like, we're not having a good time, and then I'd be like, okay, I'm really sorry that I ruined your night, and then I will get off early if you want. But no, you guys, I decided to stream tonight. Oh, Strawberry! Hi, sweet Strawberry! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Raiders, it is a pleasure to see you. And Nikki AD, welcome into you as well. Thank you so much for the follow again, Wolfborn. I appreciate you. Vegum? Is it Vegum? I think that was it. Sweetest Strawberry, welcome in, sweetie. How are you doing? How was your stream? Aaron the God, welcome in. The Boba Buddies have arrived. Hear us moo and brew. I hope you brought some yummy moos and brews with you. Hi, sweetest Strawberry. How are you doing? Samuel, sweet Samuel. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Gorgeous Strawberry. Hey, did you happen to have any artwork for us to see? We would love to see it if so, because you were doing art, yeah? So let me just in case you are available to share some art. Let's see it. Chimkin Numgit. I love that name. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? You guys, this, of course, is the absolutely spectacular Strawberry Moonwa. This chibi-loving VTuber is a true artist, creating cozy chaos with their ADHD-powered creativity. From birthday streams to Silent Hill F, they're always up for an adventure. And let me tell you, their moves, simply legendary. So grab your emotes and join the royal court of Strawberry Stream. Absolutely. Welcome in, cutie pie. How was your stream? Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's all good. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We are just starting stream, so we'll be live, presumably, for another 4 hours or so. Storm, honey bun, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the wonderful Strawberry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your generosity and support, and thank you for such a warm welcome to the lovely Strawberry. Thank you, darling. Lil Red SW, welcome in. How are you, Chimkin? Welcome in. Thank you again for the follow, honey. Minukyu, I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome in, darling. Chef Shadu or Chef Shade W. I think it's Shadu. It's something's telling me it's that. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? And Ayo Ua. Oa. I'm saying that right. Welcome in, cuties. Lord Coffee. Yippee. I can wave at you. How are you doing, Lord Coffee? And Samuel, thank you once again for the follow and welcome in. Sweetest Aussie, thank you so very much for the 100 biddies. I really appreciate it. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, darling. How are you doing, lovely Strawberry? Oh, let me read what Aussie said. Here's hoping a hype train will bring up those energy levels. Oh, that's so sweet, Aussie. That's okay. You guys know that you just being here fills me up with all of the happiness that I could possibly ever experience. So I'm so thankful. Let's see. Oh, hi, lovely Yoshi. How are you? I do have tax. Oh, I can't wait to see you guys. Strawberry has some of the most adorable artwork you've ever seen. I cannot wait. I know I've already done the permit, but I wasn't sure how long ago it was. So I want to make sure you don't get got by, Streamlabs. I'm doing well, sweet Strawberry. I had a very emotionally draining day today, so I'm probably at my lowest energy level ever. But I am so happy to have you here, honey. Oh my god, that is way too cute. 1 second, let me save this so that I can Oh, hello, Bach. Welcome in, Bach. How are you? Let me just. Here we go, you guys. Oh my god, this is so cute. Look at this. Oh, so cute. This is the kind of spectacular artwork that you can expect from the magnificent Strawberry Moonwat when you go over to her channel. Not if, when, because I know you will, right? You better. Sweetest Silver Fox, darling, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing, honey bun? Let's see. You eepy Bach. Do you need to go to Eeps? You can Eep if you want. Actually, real quick. Oh, these are the newest babies I have. These ones are? They're so cute. Is there like a backstory for them? I'd also like to know when your next stream is, honey bun, if that's okay. And actually, while you let us know, thank you guys so much for the hype train. I really appreciate it. But while you let us know, here is a little bit about us for your lovely community.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Before the end go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! Yes, sweethearts! I hope that you enjoyed my little intro video. Good. Hopefully you got to get to know me a little bit better. I'm also an artist. I don't do nearly as cute of art as this. This is the cutest freaking art ever. I do, more basic, art. Lovely laugh. Thank you so much for the 200 biddies. And Skeleton Sergeant Hobbs. Thank you so much for the pal attack. I appreciate you. Aspen and I are playing Doors on Roblox. It's a spoopy game. Ooh, as long as you're having fun. And sweetheart, thank you again for the biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Nice intro. Did you like it, Top? I'm so happy to hear that. Shush, you do cute art? No, not like that. That's some real cute art, you guys. If you want to go smile at people's art. Lizard. Lizard. Damn it, I was so close. Azure! Hello there, amazing Azure. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing? It is a pleasure to see you, sweethearts. Raiders, if you need to raid one, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Lovely Lorcana, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is the absolutely astoundingly awesome Azure Wave who hath graced us with their presence. Fresh from the realms of Eorzea, this chatty Mikote's monk bequeaths us with RPG adventures and G-pose shenanigans. From a realm reborn MSQ to Crash 4, their streams be a delightful escapade. Have fun gaming, my liege, for Azure Wave 723's antics are truly lit. Welcome in, lovely Azure. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? And sweetest Strawberry, would you also mind letting us know, if you haven't yet, when is your next stream? And that question is also for you, Azure. When is your next stream as well? Dark Abyss, dearest Dark Abyss, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. And Prismarine, am I saying that right? Prismarine? Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you for coming in with Azure's Raid. Precious Perry, thank you so much for contributing to the goals. Loner, you as well. Thank you so much. And Strawberry, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot. I appreciate it. Be lurking while food. Sounds amazing, sweet Strawberry. Come on back when you get a chance and let us know what you got to eat. We got spiders on the stream. Thank you, Storm. Radical Roxy, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I so appreciate it. Oh, there's a care package. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. Appreciate it. But yes, you guys, please check out both of these absolutely astoundingly awesome raiders. I really appreciate you guys taking the time and trusting me with your beautiful communities. I promise to take the best care of them until you retrieve them. Just a little bit more about us. As you saw in the intro video, I'm Tau. I know that Azure, your community didn't get to see this, but I think that you've probably seen it enough times, so I won't replay it. But I will introduce a few of the things that we're up to in this community. So like I said, I'm an artist as well. On Fridays, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, I am drawing, and you guys get to come on in and request music and stuff like that. Tell me what to draw. It's a good time. We're also doing my very first playthrough ever of a Persona game. We're playing through Persona 5. Please, no spoilers. We are also playing through Final Fantasy 14 with you guys. So that's also my first time doing that. And it's our first time playing through HollowNest, which we do tonight. And we are going to be playing Dispatch starting next week as well. Lovely Lord Coffee, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here, hon. And hey there, Eth. Welcome in. Stream went great. Got up to Titan in A Realm Reborn as well. Wait, is that pretty much where I am? Are we pretty much on the same wavelength there, Azure? Lovely Lord Coffee, thank you for contributing to the community game night and the D&D one-shot challenge as well. Let me see. I may as well resend from early in the stream, but that message on the bottom right, I am feeling that on a spiritual level. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ozzy. I hope that you feel much better. Just hope it isn't a full moon tonight in case anyone else feels the same. Dearest Dragon Slayer, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. As for when I'm next streaming, not sure, but sometime this week I'll do Crash 4 or Monster Hunter Stories from around 10 p.m. CST. We do love Monster Hunter Stories in this community. I've never played Crash 4, but I bet it's a blast. Azure, thank you so much for letting us know. I appreciate you guys. Please check out lovely Azure and the absolutely astonishingly talented Strawberry Moonhua. And Spectral Stargazer, welcome in as well. How are you doing? We're roughly the same spot in FF14. Let's go, Grim. Awesome. Azure had some help in a couple dungeons and Titan from a healer. I was telling everyone this yesterday because our Final Fantasy stream is actually yesterday. Every week it's Mondays Aussie Daylight Time. But I haven't really had to learn the game too much yet because I've been going through all my dungeons, all my trials, even the open world stuff with you, cutie pies, and you've been protecting me and chauffeuring me around as well on your amazing mounts, and I really appreciate it. I love not having to learn the game so that, yeah, you guys get to come on in and help me out. Lord Coffee, I love your energy. It's giving me announcer/narrator. Oh, Lord Coffee, you're gonna love this. I'm about to blow your mind. On Saturday, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, we are doing a storytelling stream. It is not something that we do every week, so make sure you put it on the calendar. But it is your opportunity to submit self-written, that means no AI, self-written stories, prose, lyrics, poetry, whatever. And as long as it is Twitch appropriate and appropriate for this community, I will read it. And even if you're not a writer, if you would like to submit some stuff from public domain, again, as long as it's within Twitch TOS and this community's vibes, I will also read that. And we got it going for like 6, sometimes 7 hours, depending on how the vibes are. So I'm really glad that you appreciate that. I am normally a lot more like high energy, but the vibes of like the coziness and the interactivity and stuff like that, that is consistent always. I'm really, really happy that you enjoy it, lovely Lord. Thank you so much. Anyone doing anything for Halloween? I spent most of today decorating for it. Bublin, what kind of decorating did you do? I would love to do something for Halloween, but my dog's birthday is actually on Halloween, so I'm probably just gonna give him a doggy cake. I'm doing good, thanks. Enjoyed helping with some heals. Oh, let's go. So Spectral, you were the healer. Thank you for healing our beloved Azure. Let's see. Helps me shirk off the rust from my absence. Oh, Spectral, how long has it been since you last played Final Fantasy? We probably should teach you how to play the game at some point. Nah, I don't need that. Let's see. That's a cool idea. Yeah, top. I hope that you'll consider joining us. It'll be a really good time. It is probably the single best stream to come in, relax, like turn me on in the background as you fall asleep or while you do something else, because there's no real visuals. I'm not like reading a storybook per se. The story is all in my voice and then transmitted to your mind's eye. My alt is about the same level as you. Got a level 47 Marauder. Amazing, Azure. Does that mean that we can expect you for our next Final Fantasy stream, honey? I can't wait for the storytelling stream because the pals have some amazing stories to tell. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I've been seeing so many amazing things coming up and I'm like, I mustn't read yet. I must be surprised. Fair few months. Okay, fair enough. How long have you been playing Final Fantasy overall, Spectral? I'm going to this party with my girlfriend for Halloween. That sounds extremely fun, Dragon Slayer. Very cool. Huge big spider web with spiders and skeletons, with one skeleton on the ground with 3 rats. That sounds super fun, Bublin. Are you expecting a lot of trick-or-treaters? Dragon, what are you and your girlfriend going as? I assume since it's a Halloween party, you'll be dressing up. Teach Tao a game that's like reading the manual for the setup of furniture. We don't read that thing. Imagine voice acting my way through a furniture assembly. If you'll have me, I'd be glad to. Azure, you are always welcome, sweetheart. I just appreciate you being here, but I mean, it's a treat if you're willing to join us in the world of AOS. Yeah. Time to return my character back to Twintania. Twintania. That's a Final Fantasy character, isn't it? Since Realm Reborn Beta Phase 3. Oh, do you have the tattoo? Is that long enough ago to have the tattoo on your character's neck? Yes, sweethearts. No, it's not. Okay, all right, fair enough. But you've been around for a while. The 2 main characters. Oh, Sword Art Online. I'm dumb. Sorry. Got it. Twintania. I'm like, I've heard of this. Must be from Final Fantasy. No, it's from Sword Art. Got it. I'm going to send some stuff for you to read. Stuff that you shall make interesting with your amazing voice acting skills. Oh, thank you, Sweet Strat. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a blast. Been around for years on FF14. Oh, very cool, Spectral. Have you maxed out all your classes and stuff? You're not dumb, Tao. You're just a little slow sometimes. This is true. Fake spiders, rats, and skeletons, of course. The spider web took the most time. We even had to get more rope and zip ties for it. Oh, wow. Fair enough, Bublin. You'll have the spookiest house on the block. On a couple characters, I have hit max level on some jobs. Oh, you've decided to go with multiple characters. Is there any benefit to going for multiple characters? I'm very curious, because I've always heard that you can do like everything on one character. So is it just to relive the story? The character I'm mainly on now is not Max. Okay, interesting. Star, hi sweet Star Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for the 3 streak. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you. Hi sweetest Shredder, how are you? Hope you had a good weekend. Weekend was good. I'm a little bit low energy today. I had a very emotionally taxing day. I apologize in advance if there is ever a point where you guys want me to, like, because I always insist that, you know, I want this community to be nice and cozy, comfortable, etc. You will not hear me. I'm not going to be venting or anything like that. I'm just letting you know that it's not in your head. I am a little bit low today. But if enough of you find that to be disconcerting or like downright uncomfortable or from like bumming you out, the meaning of this stream, of this community, is that I don't bum you out, is that you feel cozy and comfy and happy, and or if not happy, then at least comfortable. So if at any point tonight you guys are feeling like, Tau, you're being a bummer, let me know, and I will end stream if that's the case, because already I am feeling a lot better just by virtue of being around you guys. As I've told you before, you seriously fill my cup up. But yeah, if I don't know if I'm gonna be completely out of how I'm feeling tonight, and I just don't want you guys to expect me to be, you know what I mean? Let's see. Without becoming a Fantasia addict. Oh, right. The potion that changes your everything. You can do every form of content on one character. People just start new characters to either start on a different data center or shits and gigs. Right. Okay. Gotcha, Grim. Thank you. You sound it. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Thank you so much, sweet Shredder. I really appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. Thank you, honey. Just you being here, just you hanging out with me, that means the world. You need charm of healing on yourself. If you need to vent, don't be afraid to chat. Thank you so much, Azure. I appreciate that, sweetheart. You just had Domino's for dinner tonight. What kind of pizza did you pick, Star? Sends Tau a shoulder rub. If you need to privately vent, you know where to DM me. Thank you, sweet Star. I appreciate it. You inspire me to have such boundless energy and positivity in my own streams. Love you being you regardless, Yoshi. I can't handle compliments right now. I'm gonna cry. Tau, just be you. I expect only that you do as you want to do. Thank you so much, gorgeous Grim. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's more about you. If you think you can keep going, that's fine. But if you feel you need a break, feel free to end. We are here because we enjoy your company. Thank you so much, sweet Strat. I enjoy your guys' company too. Get supported, nerd. Thank you, cutie Yoshi. I appreciate you. Pepperoni, bacon, and beef. Oh, the meat lovers pizza, perhaps. Oh, and garlic bites. I do love garlic bites. Hi there, sweet skeleton. How are you? It's good to see you. Feel like I've walked in on something wholesome. Oh, just me explaining that I'm gonna be a bit low energy tonight. I had a rough day. Don't attack with compliments. I'll literally cry. No compliments. And now that I have caught up, we're gonna play a game so that I don't have to look at compliments. Tau is wholesome. Hi, cutie Cheetah. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Let's see if I don't burst your guys' eardrums with my terrible gameplay through Hollow Knight. I should reiterate, you guys, I am not good at games. So I apologize in advance if it is frustrating to watch me play this. But I'm trying. I am truly trying. Mental health comes first. That being said, you all matter and have all the worth you could ever imagine. If something's got to you today, don't let it cloud your mind. Love you all to the edge of space and back. You're so sweet, Ozzy. Thank you, hon. I appreciate that, and I'm sure everyone else does too. All right, let's get over into our game real quick. Hi. Boop. All right, you'll have to let me know if this is too loud. It's pretty fucking loud for me. Hold on. Good at games? The fuck is that? That's what I mean, Grim. You know what to expect with me. Hold on, I'll just turn this down. Like, I'm gonna put it down to here, and I might actually turn that down to a tad. There we go. Should I send you the corn-infused caffeinated and matcha donuts? Just invented them? Yo, yeah, do it. Do it, we'll pull an all-nighter. I'm down, I'm down. Can you believe we've spent 12 hours on this and I'm probably not even a fourth of the way through? Oh, that's right, I stink. Oh, I'm so glad to stink. I'm smelly. I'm a stinky little bug. Oh, I'm a stink bug. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't have to be good at games. The fun factor is more important. That's a fair point, lovely Aussie. That's a fair point. You guys, let me know how the game volume is right now. Strat has put up a very helpful poll to determine. Oh, what's up there? Oh my God, I didn't realize there was a thing there. My bad. I don't even remember what we were trying to do last time. Was I? Am I even on the right spot? Do I want to be here right now? Let's see. This knight is hollowing the hollow knight. It is. Yes, it is. He is. They? I don't know. What is Ghost gendered? I don't even know where I got the name Ghost from. I think it might have been Eon told me, and this is like Eon's favorite game, and they told me that this guy's name is Ghost. Tao may need her gamer shower. It's okay. I've already taken a shower. I just naturally smell like this. I think you're actually doing well at the game. I've seen people struggle a lot more. Aw, thank you, Stral. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. I missed the last one. Did you gain any new skills? I don't think I gained any new skills, but I did, as you can see, I got a new charm. I think that's what it's called. Let me see.
Oh my God.
What? Storm, thank you so much for contributing to the new microphone. Oh my gosh, I really appreciate it. Honey, actually, that reminds me, I need to, once I get paid, what, day after tomorrow? Yeah, day after tomorrow. I need to contribute to that too. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. I really appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. The knight has no gender. Oh, okay. Are they the only genderless character? Please give a reminder about the Discord rules and verification for new members. So you guys, I would love it if you guys would like to join the Discord. It would be such an honor to have you in our cozy, inclusive, small but very active community. But in order to keep it cozy, we do have a verification method, which is to say, once you get in there, you'll see that you have the rules channel available to you and the verification channel available to you. Please take your time to read all of those rules in the rules channel, because there is a keyword. And once you find that keyword, you can go over to the verification channel and put it in there. Also note, it is a manual approval. That way we, again, are keeping the community nice and safe and secure. We'll be matching up your username or something about your profile with your Twitch name, just to make sure. So if you put the keyword in there and you're like, oh, I must not have gotten it, and so you just don't, so you like delete it or something, don't delete it, because myself or a mod will let you in, assuming that you have put the password in there. Hi there, fabulous Firewolf. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you again so much, Storm. I really, really appreciate you contributing to our new mic. That one should hopefully not just turn off randomly like this one does. Thank you also for putting the poll up, Sweet Start. I appreciate it. You've been busy? Glad I caught the stream. We're so happy to have you, honey. Thank you so much for being here. The Pouch, a small, active, chaotic, hidden gem of a community led by the beautifulest being. Beautifulest is a word, right? It can be a word for you, sweetheart. You're allowed. Thank you so much for your kind words, lovely. I really appreciate that, cutie pie. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I genuinely don't know what I guess... Where should I be going here? The palace grounds? I feel like I would have gone there. There looks like there's a hard cutoff there for some reason. And I've clearly bought the map maker's map. Azure, sweetheart, thank you so much for the care package, darling. You sound tired today, Tao? Is it just me? I had a really emotionally draining day today, Zelasarl, but I'm so happy to be here nonetheless, and I hope that you don't mind the slightly lower energy. I promise I'll be back to normal next time you see me. Thank you for the care package, awesome Azure. I appreciate you. I may be tired, but I will still heal you. Azure, you're so sweet. Truly a healer at heart. It sure is beautiful out, but you know it isn't quite as beautifuler than you. Oh, Yoshi, such a sweetie pie, darling. Thank you so much. Be sure to check the art channel because Leonard did drop some cool art. Oh, yes, please remind me later because I would love to see. I also really want a double jump. I think that's what's preventing me. Yeah. The palace grounds are like one double jump away and I can't quite get up there. Well, hope you're doing well, Tao. There will soon be sunshine. Absolutely, Zarl. One of the mottos I live by. No matter how bad things are, they will always get better. And I do like that motto. And so I will continue to live by it despite how I'm feeling. And, well, to be honest, you guys are already making it better, so thank you so much for that. Single-handedly. Oh, shit. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be down here yet. Maybe I need to... I heard Ghost mentioned. Yeah, I was asking a question about Ghost's gender, if they have a gender. But it sounds like they are genderless. Hi, sweetest Seti. Welcome in. How are you? Hopefully the holiday season will calm things down. Yeah, I hope so. This was just a thing that came out of absolute left field. I was not expecting to have to deal with this today. So normally I'm pretty good. I can pretty much handle anything if I'm able to prepare for it, like emotionally, but this was just like totally unexpected. All right, let's go back up to the royal waterways. Chat does stuff single-handedly? Do we have one collective hand? Yeah, you have like one giant mage hand, actually, Skellington. Oh, Night/Ghost is male. Oh, okay. Dragon Slayer, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot, darling. I appreciate you. What abilities do you have so far? It's been a hot minute. Okay, so I have this dream needle thing. I have singular jump. I have a dash, which I can also do mid-air. I can also jump up walls, assuming that I'm... Oh my gosh, I might just be a little bit too low for that. Yeah, I can jump up walls like that. And oh, and I have my like spirit gun thing, like in Yu Yu Hakusho. I like to live by the motto of life will keep going. The way my collection of bad decisions and surprises get a chance to shine. That way my collection of bad decisions and surprises get a chance to shine. That's really funny. I actually really like that. That's super funny. Life may seem as black and white as Hollow Knight, but we do have plenty of bright games to have fun with. It only gets better. Absolutely. Even if I weren't gaming, if I just had you guys, I'd be happy. You guys are my whole freaking world. I absolutely love spending time with you. I would not be a happy camper if I didn't have my precious pals with me as often as I do. The more often, the better is what I say. I'm imagining a giant hand, but everyone is just attached to it. Yeah, everyone makes up individual fingies. What's your favorite holiday? Dragon Slayer, I'm about to sound so incredibly... Oh, that was stupid. I'm about to sound so incredibly narcissistic, but my birthday is probably my favorite holiday. I like an excuse to not feel guilty about celebrating myself. But if you're talking about like an actual holiday, I really like Christmas. Mind you, I mostly like Christmas in the States. I like the cold weather.
Beautifulest. Adjective. Simple definition. It's Tao. There it's officially in the dictionary. Totally.
Did you put it into the Urban Dictionary, Aussie? Let me see real quick what you guys said here. I missed a couple of messages. Meanwhile, my motto is, it is what it is. Am I cooked? No, I think that's also a good way to, I mean, like, that's a great way to just have acceptance, you know? I appreciate that. Come for the Tao, stay for the Tao, because you're awesome. Yoshi, you're awesome, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your kind words. You're so sweet. Okay. I am happy to accept, I am happy to accept, some gentle backseating guidance as to where I should probably go next, because I genuinely have no clue. I think, because I think I've unlocked pretty much everything that I needed to. Oh wait, do I need to go kill that Soul Sanctum guy? I haven't killed him yet. Is that probably what I need to do next? What do you think? I'll pan through the map so you guys can see what I've unlocked so far. But I haven't killed the guy in the Soul Sanctum.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What?
Storm, what? You got a surprise gift for me? What? Hold on a second. I have to go see what you've done here. This game is huge. It is, isn't it? It's really big. 1 second. I have to go see what Storm has done. Storm, what did you do? Did you do a naughty thing?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, lovely lord. I heard back and I instantly thought hug. Oops, my body moved on its own. I would love hugs. I absolutely love hugs. Because Tau is as spoiler as this gift is. Oh, as spoiler as this gift is. Hold on a second. Let me see what you've done here. Oh, thank you so much, Storm. I can add to my amazing D&D dice collection. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. That's awesome. Oh, I can't wait. It's perfect too because we have a D&D campaign that we've started IRL that I need, you know, proprietary dice for my character. Thank you so much, Storm. I appreciate that. Storm got me some fun Cheese Whiz dice. Thank you so much. Find one of the dreamers that you see on the map. If something stops you, we can give you hints on where to find what you need. One of the dreamers, you say. 1 second. What's D&D? Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons. Are the dreamers the masks? Is that what those are? Does it show the percentage of completion? I don't think so. The white masks? Okay. So I need to get to those, is that right? Maybe, I wonder if I can get... I think the reason I can't go past the resting grounds down this like lower shaft area is because there's like there's like rumbly rocks that are covering it. I don't think I've gotten like a body slam, ground slam thing. Exploring is equally valid. Oh, goody! Thank you, Yoshi. I mean, I suppose it would be helpful to find a spot where I'm like, oh, okay. I at least now know what I'm looking for. That's good. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I hate these things. They're so annoying. Then do Soul Sanctum. Okay, I will try and do. I'll go back up to the Soul Sanctum and see if we can figure our way out of there because he was tough. I wonder if I'll get a little bit better. Personally, I recommend Soul Sanctum. All right, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you, cuties. We will venture up there and see if I can. How many more deaths I will have before I succeed in dealing with him. He's so annoying. I hate that he can interrupt his own attacks. It's such a pain. Oh shit. Oh, I don't know if I can go back up there actually. Have you played around with the charms yet? Yeah, we've got, I played around with them and now I stink. That's how it works, right? So can I played IRL? You can actually play it online as well. In fact, we have, a little, and I think you might have contributed to it as well, Zarl, but we have a D&D one-shot that is run online with Storm as the DM. Fuck. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be in person. That's where it started, though. That's where it started. I wonder if I can find a stag, maybe. Some charms you can combine. Like, wait, like they don't take up as many notches, you mean? Okay, I need to find my way up. Because up is Soul Sanctum area. Wrong way. Ow, I forgot that's what he does. Oh my god. I'm just gonna power through. Hi there, amazing Aspen. Welcome in. How are you, sweetheart? It's great to see you. She got C-Dash. I've got this. But that's all I've got. Been wanting to give Tau hugs since stream started. Aspen, you're so sweet. Hugs for you, darling. Thank you so much for the huggies. I appreciate you, darling.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
That's so cute. Oh, I love you guys too. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. That's so sweet. Oh, fuck. I actually might have to go down here. I don't remember contributing to anything like that, but I'm glad I could help. Oh, maybe not then. Maybe you haven't. But yeah, we do have the option. I was just using it as an example of how you can play it online as well. Do you mind if I add you to my suggested channels on Switch? Oh, I can't. I'm so sorry. Twitch, honey, it would be an absolute honor if you wanted to. I forgot what this guy does. If you wanted to add me to your suggested channels, that would be so. That's like one of the biggest compliments you can pay me. Of course, 100% you can do that. Thank you so much for considering me, darling. Oh shit! I thought that was gonna fade away. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. 369 Demon, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. I suggest exploring the crystal area when you get the chance. The crystal area. What is the crystal area? Is it called that, or? Oh, what's that? Whoa. Oh. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh no, wait, I thought that was open. Oh, I just ran into it. Damn it. Okay. There. 19 deaths. Assuming that it works. Okay, hold on, it's not working. 1 second. Let me plus. Hello? Plus? Okay, there we go. Do you add redeems through Streamlabs as well, or exclusively through Twitch? I only add them through Twitch. I actually didn't know you could do that in Streamlabs. It's the area on the top right of the map, like overall. Oh, the resting grounds? Is that it? Don't tell Tao, but the redacted BC, she hasn't equipped redacted yet. Oh, because fuck, my brain's not working. I'm so sorry. If you ever want to feel better, just imagine the night on the bench looking forward with elevator music as his little eyes go across. That's so cute. That's so cute. Oh yeah, thank you, Strat. Yeah, if anyone wants to go watch the previous D&D stream we had, it was a good time. It had my best friend, my best IRL friend for the last like 2 decades, and the fabulous and sweet Snivy, and the gorgeous Ghosty Gooba, another friend of mine, and of course Sweet Storm, and myself. It was really good. Sweet Sia, hello motherfucker, how are you doing? I see, I'm gonna check that. You should, Zarl, it's a really good time. I hope that you enjoy it. Let me know if you do decide to watch it. It's long, so no pressure, but if you do decide to watch it, I would love to know what you think. Chomp, yes, that's right, the Mega Chomp, yes, exactly. Shit. Fuck, I need to get back up there. I need you to make a redeem specifically for this stream, like the Hollow Knight stream. What's that, hun? Little more, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the balding. How are you doing? Fuck, wait a second. Is it even possible to get back up there? I don't... Oh, no. The Tao cursing redeem, where you have to curse after every few words? Wow, that would be something that that no one has ever asked for, because by default, I have that redeem on 100% of the time. Thank you for the lurk, lovely little more. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, fuck. I wonder if... Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Let me try this again. I'm gonna go and get my body if I have any luck, which I probably won't. Wait, down? Yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I would like to keep being around, I am drifting to the dream world. Absolutely amazing, Azure. Sweetheart, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate you. Yep, but imagine me asking you to make it. That is highly unlikely. That is very uncalled for. Oh no, dude. Oh, this is so rough. I figured this thing out, like, in the previous playthrough, but not now. Previous playthrough, I say, as I mean, previous... Oh. Wait, can I... No, not that. Is it this? Oh, no! Oh my god. I'm worried he's gonna hit me with that shit on the way up. Okay. I checked it out. Seems pretty chill game, but my brain can't handle what's happening. I will just be watching y'all if Tau streams the next D&D game. Yes, I will. I will indeed. When you guys hit that goal, I will definitely be streaming that for you. Fuck. How do I do my spirit? Oh, I can't use spirit gun. I don't have enough spirit power. News flash. Breaking news. Tau Stinky reaches new heights. Sniff, sniff. We're playing Dispatch next week, right? We are, Sadhu. That is the plan indeed. I'm really looking forward to it. That'll be fun. Maybe I can use a break from my Souls-like platformer that I'm bad at. Wait, Mark, what spot? Oh, fuck. I saw it happening in slow motion, too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Will the art be done until then? I think it will be done if you guys vote for it on Friday to work on. I think if you don't vote for it on Friday, it will not be done. So, oops, yeah. Okay. I have to figure out how I'm supposed to get out of here. I really think I've done myself a huge disservice by, Am I going the right way? This is a legitimate question. It's not backseating if you answer. Am I going the right way if I'm going up? To get back to a stag, am I going the correct direction? Or you're going a direction? I certainly am. Thank you so much, Grim, for my news flash. I appreciate it. We have to get it done on Friday if possible. It would make for an amazing thumbnail and starting soon screen. That's true, Strat. That's true. No, I would like to get it done if we can. Backseat hint, go that way. There's a lot of back and forth in this game, don't worry. Fair enough, fair enough. Good point. I wish that I could do this, but I don't have a pass. Multi-pass. Should be okay. Can you hop on the tram? Wait, is there a tram here? Where's the tram? Go back the way you came in is what I'd say, but I came in late. The way I came in was down a bunch of spikies, and I can't seem for the life of me to get... Yeah, it's over in this like blue zone, and I don't know if I'm able to... I don't know if I have the platforming skills to get up all of the spikies. Oh, you need a pass for the tram. Okay. I require snackage. Absolutely, gorgeous Grim. Yes, go enjoy some food. Actually, this is a really good opportunity, cutie pies. We do need to go on a very quick break. For those of you who are new here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. It's only 180 seconds, but it is very good for you because it means that you do not need to subscribe in order to not miss content. Because I walk away from the computer and I suggest that you do the exact same thing. That is when I actually run those ads. So, yeah, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I'm setting you up with a hard boss battle over on stream avatars. If you would like to participate, you are more than welcome to, but there is absolutely no pressure. Oh, show your map real quick. Okay, 1 second before we go on break. I will show my map. There you go. There you go. This is like everything that's like local to me. But yeah, I'm afraid I've got to like jump all the way back up the Yeah, it looks like it's the only way up. Ugh. Yeah, scary. Can you access the palace grounds below you? I cannot. I tried to, but I'm too short. I can't do double jumps. So I might have accidentally fallen in here. Can't get out. All right, cutie pies, let's go on that very quick break. I'll miss you terribly, sweethearts, but I will see you in 3 minutes. And be sure to stick around because we do still have like 3 hours left of stream. So we're not even halfway. I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Mwah! Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or whatever. Okay, potions? Med packs? Slap that shit on. Yeah. I feel like this music is inspired by the Addams Family. What do you think? Days of the week. 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 There's Sunday, yeah, there's Monday. There's Tuesday and there's Wednesday. There's Thursday and there's Friday. And then there's Saturday. Days of the week. Am I the only one who learned that? Could be. Oh, I don't have a map. That's right. I'm so sorry. That was so bad. That was so bad. I saw the scary bird. Oh, into the water you go. Ah, fuck, no. Water. Oh, I can't believe I made that. Oh, man. Look, we have tamed the hare. I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome. Fuck. Thank you for the 5-tier star. Thank you so much for coming in, Cutie Cookie. How are you, sweetie pie? After the con, Tao's back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like. Okay. Tism butt. Ooh. Yes, exactly. Love to go for the Oh, dang, Tao is so clippable. I don't mean to be. Most of the time I'm only clippable because I'm an idiot. Sharks. She knows tail, hair, whip. Watch out, because it'll lower your defense. That's right.
In case this doesn't do well, am I not lowering your defenses
Just kidding. Yes, my hair's gone fucking insane. I think Maxie did the right thing by shaving my head. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not sure if you can, Hollow Knight, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any missing health, but I also don't have any healing available, so.
Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid. That's pretty funny.
Wait, I want to do this.
Just in case you guys needed a little tidbit of info of reminder of how I am normally. There's all those clips for you. You're welcome. Peace for you, awesome Aussie. Eee, good Aussie. Welcome back to you. Welcome back, lovely Lyra. Hello, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. And lovely Lab, welcome back as well. Peace for you. Eee. Good love. Welcome back, lovely little more. You won the first boss battle you joined. Let's go. Excellent work. Cutie Cheetah, welcome back, darling. It's so good to see you. My hair grew back fast. Benefit of being a marsupial, I suppose. How are you doing, Cheetah? Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. I'm messing with the wooden pallets at work, and now I have about 1,000 tiny little splinters. Owie, owie, owie. Oh, that sounds so bad. I'm so sorry. That's crazy. Thank you for the lurk, lovely coffee, but oh my gosh, please take care of that hand. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Welcome back, sweetest Sedu. That last clip is how Tass speaks. Yes, that's right. That is correct. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to look at the art. Hold on 1 second. Let me go look at what you guys have posted here. Art. Oh wow, Free Mel did such a great job on this. Oh, that's such a pretty piece. I'm so glad she shared that with us. And Zonin, that's a really pretty art piece as well. We have an animation test from Sedu too. Hold on, I'll show you guys over here. That's super cool. Well done. I love the drop. That's really fun. And X, this is super sick as well. Love this. Nicely done, nicely done. Loner. Oh my god, this is so cute. These are so cute. The closest stag to you is directly above you. Fuck. I think I'm gonna have to figure out how to platform my way out of that. Out of that spot, I think. But this is gorgeous. This is super. I love the action here. Had the urge to make a new OC stuck in my head for a while. It's amazing. That is so cool, lovely Loner. That looks amazing. Excellent. This is so cute. And then I saw some fan art too. This is sick. Oh wow, Rogue Me. Oh my gosh, it looks so awesome, Sedu. Why did I wave? Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do that one, and I meant to do that one, and I meant to do that one. That is awesome, hun. Thank you so much. I love this, the like in progress spinny. Let me put that in here under Rogue. Thank you so much, honey. That's awesome. So sick. Actually, I think that I might not have saved this one because I wasn't on my PC earlier. Artificer. Here we go. These are so cool. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for sharing your absolutely extraordinary artwork with me and writing as well. I can't wait to read it on Saturday. Every other thing, what I'm saying. Directly above me. Fuck, it is dark. Okay, so I do have to, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to go. I will have to go. Oh, God, I hate this thing. Sedu express cooking. It's true. Sedu can cook expressly. Oh! Surely there's no better way to get there, huh? Bummer. City of Tears one, if you haven't gotten that one. Yeah, see, this is why I'm having a lot of trouble. Wait, actually, we haven't gone to the right. Oh, that's right. I decided not to deal with this because I was like, I can't get up. I'm glad there's no fall damage. Question mark? All right, I guess we're doing it this way. Oh God. Oh, this is gonna be rough. No, fuck, I knew it. Oh, I'm glad it. Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. The platforming life is not for me. Is it fine if I give people a sample of the storytelling stream by redeeming storytime before the next break? Of course, hun. That'd be great. Happy to do that. You'll just have to tell me which version you want. I'll even turn on the narration voice instead of my raspy little bitch voice that I've got on right now. Okay. No, oh, fuck. Okay, wait, actually I have a different idea. I'm gonna have many ideas. You're gonna be hearing me say I have a different idea non-stop for the next, next 15 minutes or so. Raspy little bitch voice. Girl, your voice is sweet and relaxing. Oh, Cheetah, thank you, honey. I really appreciate that. That's so sweet. Thank you, gorgeous. I appreciate you. That's really, really kind of you to say. I know that my voice is really, really low, and it is quite raspy. I've been doing a lot of vent yelling today, so... No! Fuck, I was so close. Again. No, I keep second guessing myself, man. Shit. You are so very adorable, sweetest Sia. I find you to be very adorable. Also, interesting thing you can do is, because the nail hitbox is wider than you, you can pogo up the... Wait, you can pogo up the spike wall? Oopsie. You sound fine. Just perfect for the cozy vibe. Aw, thank you, sweet start. I appreciate you. You guys are so sweet to me. What the hell? I mean, you're always so sweet to me, but like, it's just one of those things that I don't always... I have trouble remembering it. Like, remembering that you guys are just the most sweet and adorable community ever. And fuck. I'm okay. I want to try and do this pogo thingy that you're talking about, but I'm really bad at this game. Oh yeah, and how are you doing, Sweet Sea? I'm so sorry. I thought that you'd been here the whole time. If we're doing compliments, no compliments. You'll make me cry. You are the brightest, most prominent shining light in this hollow world of darkness. Thank you for everything you do for us. Thank you so much for being here, Cutie Aussie. I appreciate you. Warlock, welcome in. How are you doing? Are you a man-eating tiger or vegan tiger? I am neither. I am an omnivorous tiger because I am actually, Warlock, I am actually a marsupial. I'm not actually a feline at all. Welcome in, though. That's a very valid question. Don't worry, you are safe here is the point. I'm not going to eat you. Lovely Loudon, you are beautiful. Thank you so much for your very sweet words. How are you doing? It's more for like huge spike walls you can line up next to. Oh, wait, so does it not work? Oh, fuck, does it not work here? Lovely Loudon, thank you so much for the care package. Wait, someone's made a Hollow Knight port for mobile phones and Silksong. That's impressive. I've always wondered what's actually involved in making a port. I assume... Fuck, I was trying to stab it and bounce off of it. Damn, okay. I'll try that again. Bro, we're gonna spend the whole entire evening trying to get through this, I bet you. But it's fine, I don't have any Geo to cry about, so I'll deal with it. I'm suffering my way into Hollow Knight. Oh, are you gonna play it on the... Are you planning to play it, Sedu, on the phone? Wait, oh my god, I managed to get up here. I don't think that's actually that big of a deal. I was... Okay, I guess it's slightly faster. Yeah, you are. Interesting. I'd recommend just coming back to that area later. Yeah, no, I think I will. Anywhere that doesn't have like a... Because if I've explored it all the way, then I'm happy. But I have not explored most things all the way. Because I haven't had the skill set. It's fine. We don't have a time limit. Take it slow. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Waterways it is. Let's go up here. Find any stinky eggs yet? Actually, yes, Firewolf, we have. I have no idea what they're for, but they are in my inventory, stinking me up. Wait a second. Huh? I've just seen... Wait, okay. If I died that far up the shaft, I should be able to... Unless it's blocked off. It looks like it could be blocked off. I feel like I thought that I'd have to go more than... I thought I was barely even... I thought I wasn't any amount through. Interesting. Let's... I won't let Tau get all the pain. God, I am really bad at timing stuff tonight, guys. Shouldn't being stinky drive away all the monsters? That has to be a benefit, right? It's not a benefit, unfortunately. It's a, I mean, it is, well, sorry, it is a benefit, but it is not that kind of a benefit. It is a benefit, oh God. It is a benefit, to, do minor damage. Wait, okay, hold on. I need to see. Okay, so I'm already almost there. It says I'm almost at the... Oh, this guy's gonna fight me, huh? Oh, I hate you. Why? Is this... Oh, fuck me. That was so dumb. Oh. It looks like this is... Okay, yeah, I guess it is blocked off. Damn, that's a shame. I was like, ooh, there would be a stag right here. Shit. I think that's just a visual thing. I think you're right. Yeah, it looks like it. Because I'm like right there. Fuck. Okay. Oh my God. I'm so lost about how I'm supposed to do this. This particular bit of platforming is, oh. You can absolutely manage that. Wait, manage this? I feel like I can't. I feel like I'm too panicky to do that. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay. All right, Roxy, your words have brought me peace. I can do it. 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 Excuse me, sorry. You just go up. Yeah, I'm so proud. Yeah, just like that. Thank you. Oh God, don't. I only have one thing left. One bit of health left. Do not, I will not let you kill me, you absolute asshole. No, no! Oh, fuck! Oh my God. Wait, did I just go up? Okay, yeah, and then one more, 20. 20? Yeah. Told you. Do not jinx it. Oops. Thank you for the care package. Lovely lad, I appreciate it. And a little more. Hi there, fabulous Fluffy. Welcome in, sweetheart. Rough place to join in? Not at all. We are so happy to see you. How are you doing, darling? It's great to see you. Fuck. Who remembers that game, Getting Over It? Getting those vibes? Yeah, but man, Getting Over It is meant to be frustrating. I feel like Hollow Knight general platforming is not meant to be as difficult as how I'm making it be.
I would go for your butt,
God,
probably.
My voice scared me. I would go for your butt, definitely, Roxy. Let's have a picnic with this guy instead, shall we? I've already... Thank you for the scare count. How goes the Hollow Knighting? I am bad at this game. I am blatantly not good at it. But, I mean, I'm having fun talking to you guys. So, for what that is worth, which to me, that is worth the world, personally. Hopefully you feel the same way. Believe it or not, there are games I'm not as bad at as this, but today is not that day. Today you get to deal with this. Been all right. Hope you guys have been going well. Been doing great, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. I'm just a little bit low energy today, but I'm really, really happy to see you. You were great at Red Dead. Yeah. See, you get me a horse, or like a bow and arrow, or like an RPG. I will blow you guys out of the water with that. I'm pretty good at those, but they're also not exactly known as being, you know, the hardest games around. This is like, what do they call it? It's like the Dark Souls platformer. Oh God. Oh my God, please stop. Games Tao is not bad at. Hollow Knight, RDR, everything. Sadu, you're so sweet. Thanks, honey bun. Even Pop, we flew through that game. That's true. Okay, see, I do actually really enjoy platformers. I think my brain is just not, it is not all here today. Oh. Oh, not you again. Not me again. Okay, I this guy. Yes, get fucked. Okay. Is this the thing I can bounce off? No, it's not. Where do I go? What is... Oh, I guess over here probably. Ah, another one. Oh my god, I hate him. Okay. Have we been here? Have we been to the City of Tears? A Souls-like / light? Yeah, I think this is kind of supposed to be that, but I could be talking out of my ass and trying to make myself feel better. I'm not sure. All right, let's go do this Soul Sanctum shit. I struggle with platformers. What is it about them that's hard for you, do you think, Fluffy? Confirmed. Your soul is too bright for this game. Only someone with a dark soul could get through it. Very good strat. Very good. Excellent. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, no! Okay, wait. Does it just not go any further up? That's what's happening here. Got it. Okay, I need to get up there. No, up. Or not. I guess we are going down. I love City of Tears. The music is so good. I think the music in this is really pretty. Are you in the zone, to quote the youth? I am not in the zone, unfortunately. I'm very Tau versus elevators. If you ever wanted to know if I was in the zone, generally speaking, if I am fighting with elevators, I am probably not super in the zone. I am sadly, tragically not super in the zone if I am fighting with elevators. You have my unwavering faith. Thank you so much, Sweet Satyr. I appreciate that. Fight of the century. It's the new Super Bowl. Okay, we gotta go up, and I need to get to this. I need to get to this. Nope, stop. Okay, me versus elevator scan. Okay, we gotta go up here. For Hollow Knight specifically, the jumping throws you off. I could definitely see that. The jumping is a it can absolutely be an issue. Please go up some more. Again. Take me to the top. Oh wow, okay. I was kidding. No, I wasn't kidding. Okay, that's as far up as it goes, yeah? I'm making my way to my bench. Big question. What were we doing last time? That's a really good question. I actually wish that I could answer that for you. I unfortunately don't remember. I tragically... Oh, I hate this guy. Oh, yes. Bye. Ah. Bruh. Oh. Oh my god. Die. What are you doing? You're not gonna hit me from there. Come on, get over here. There we go. Since the longer you hold jump, the higher you go. That is true. That's throwing me off a little bit as well. That's a good point, actually. Okay, how the fuck do I get through here? Not quite. Unless this goes up some more. Ah, no, it doesn't. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to... When you get to the bench, can we see your charms? Sure, you know what, I'm gonna... For this session only, my brain is no worky, so you guys get to backseat as long as you're nice about it. You can tell me what charms to use or how to fight a boss or whatever, because otherwise we're not gonna get through anything today, I think. So you are welcome to that. Just for today, just for today. Backseat to your heart's content. We're going to ruin all the elevators at this rate. I mean, the whole place is a little bit fucked up, you know what I mean? I don't think it matters too much. Oh, it's probably this way, yeah. I've died to Hollow Knight elevators before. Me too! Samesies. Both of us have sadly died to Hollow Knight elevators, I think. Poo Poo Charm isn't the best. I did notice it takes forever to kill something with it. Oh my god, bro. There we go. Poo-poo charm is the beast. Oh, we have conflicting opinions in chat. Okay, let's see. You guys want to know what my charms are? Here's what I've got. Go ahead and backseat. Tell me what you think I should do. Especially because we're about to go and see the soul sycophant or whatever his name is. the wizard man. The wizard man. Be charming? I can't. The chances of an elevator killing you are low, but never zero. But you watched every Final Destination movie and that 0 has turned into 1. Did we get anything that gives you increased range to your attack? Yes, and I think I'm wearing it. I think... yeah, increase the range of the bearer's nail, allowing them to strike foes from further away. It's not for killing, but it's great for damage over time. Right, long nail does that. Yeah. So I have that one. I also have Gathering Swarm, which is helpful to me because I knock things off a lot. I have the Wayward Compass, which is helpful for me because I'm directionally challenged. And then we have this, which is the Odor, but obviously we don't necessarily need that. Not much to work with. What do you prefer to do? Magic or striking? Probably striking. This may be a good time to test for combos. Maybe, yeah. We have the soul one. We have the Dash Master, as well as Dash Downwards. I am curious about how that works, but just take off Gathering Swarm and Compass for boss battles. Okay. What should we replace it with? Thorns of Agony? I had this one before actually, and I couldn't tell if it was useful, but you run Dash Master and you like that one, Fluffy? I never took off the compass unless going direct to a boss fight and needed the charm notch for something else. Yeah, well, I am actually wondering how, I don't remember how to get to the boss, so maybe I do need to wear the compass for now, because otherwise I might lose my way. Also, welcome in. Excellent, Eon. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. If you have any attack, regen, or max health or movement ones, I suggest using them. Let's see. That's the Odor. Defensive charm. Conjures a shield. Oh, well, that might be useful. Oh. I forgot that I am missing 2 more of those. The boss is right above us is what someone said. Yeah, but I don't know if I remember how to get there because it's been a couple of weeks since we've challenged him. Maybe I'll try and go to him once or twice, and then once I'm confident that I know the way, I can take it off. Because, like, is the shield helpful? So Thorns and Defender, since you don't have many charms yet. Yeah, okay, Thorns it is. And then Defender, you said? Like, instead of any of these other ones? Oh, wait, Long Nail would also work, right? Yeah. Oh, no, it won't. Fuck. Just remember, if you're struggling, it's not the end of the world. You can always go and explore to find more items and resources. Fair point, Gorgeous Gundam. Fair point. Defender's Crest does 3 damage, while the base nail does 5, so it's not that powerful. Okay, gotcha. Okay, let's see. Maybe we will stick with Long Nail then. Spell Twister? That's 2. Gathering Swarm. Just keep trying to equip more charms. Just keep trying to. Just do this a few more times. Just. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Took everything off. Okay. All right, let's go with that for now. You could try looking around for more stuff if the boss is too much to deal with currently. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was doing, and then I fell down the hole, and I'm like, oh fuck. But let me give this. We'll do it this way. I'll give the boss 5 tries, and if there's not any measurable increase in skill or success, then we will continue to explore. And remember, tonight only you guys get to backseat. So if you have a recommendation after those 5 attempts, then stick around so that you can tell me what it is, and I will follow your directions. You need a free shot to do it? What do you mean? I'm gonna tell you the names of the build you want. It's the Grubberfly's Elegy and Quick Slash. Gonna make your strikes go further? That's cool. That sounds very handy. What's over here? Oh, I've been there. This boss is a butt. I left him until quite far into the game. Okay. Eventually you can find mask shards and notches later on, along with nail upgrades. Yeah, that'd be good. I have upgraded my nail once so far. But I can't speak to how effective it is. The tried and true method of banging your head against a wall until something happens, classic. That's me. That's how I like to play games. What about you guys? Because we already beat these guys. This was fine. Quick slash is broken. Exactly. I always went right for this guy. Oh, really? Oh, fuck. I forgot these things. Oh, God. I hate them. Oh, fuck. That's right. Thank you for the lurk, sweet strat. I appreciate you, hun. I hate these guys. Ugh. Eventually I learned his moveset. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for with my slamming my head against the wall. Yeah, this boss was a total ass. Took me a whole day to beat him. Wow, fuck. And were you better kitted out than me, probably? You reckon? Oh, well, this is useful, except that I'm full up on souls. Okay. The first nail upgrade goes from 5 damage to 9, so it's pretty good. Oh, yeah, that's almost double. Reasonable. Okay, alright, this counts as attempt 1. I gotta learn his moveset. Okay. God, he sucks, man. I hate him. Oh, fuck you, guy. Fuck you. Oh my god. Wait, what's this? Oh, did I already, like, weaken him a little? Fuck. Oh, damn it. No, damn it, no. I need to heal, No, fuck. It's so hard to find a spot to heal with this guy. No, fuck me, dude. Oh, balls. Damn. Cutie Aussie, thank you so much for the care package. The downside of the build is if you get hit once, the effect of the Grubberfly's charm disappears. Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound great. Deep breaths, you got this. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate you. When he sprints across, you can pogo off his head? Oh, really? That's cool. You mean like when he does his little floaty bullshit, I can, oh my god, please just die. When he does his floaty bullshit, like when he goes like across, instead of getting like actually hit by him, I think he deflates when you can heal / make an attack of opportunity. Right, okay. All BRB, all good, sweet Sadu. Thank you so much for coming in. Nice try. Thank you, fabulous Fluffy. I appreciate you, darling. Thank you for the encouragement. When he shoots, stay close to him. The projectile tracking is whack when turning around. Okay. Interesting. Hi, there's Elisonin. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. We see you lurking like a true stealthy knight in the shadows of the pouch. Thanks for hanging out, and remember, even in silence, your support is legendary. 100%. If you slash enemies at the same time they swing at you, you can parry the hit, which is nice. That's really cool. I do need to get better at that because I'm too spooked to try it. We're sharing our brain cells with you. You certainly are. I'm already improving a little bit. Poco is great to get in hits when he runs across the arena. Okay, I'll try that. Thanks, cutie pies. I appreciate you. Doing well, thanks. Hope you are too. I'm doing all right, sweetheart. I'm doing great now that I'm with you guys. I'm good for another half an hour, and then I might need to head to bed after the next break. Of course, no worries. Oh my god. How was your first attempt? I mean, didn't beat him, but oh, I also should add that to our 20. There we go. The parry mechanic is kind of eh. It gives you a free soul, but the timing makes it not worth it. Right. Okay. I see. Oh, fuck, I was... Damn it. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I hate him. I hate that he interrupts himself. It's such a pain. Ha! Damn it! Oh. Oh, fuck me. Please, please, please. No! Oh, you suck. Oh, I hate that he interrupts himself. Oh, fuck. Whoa, what is happening? Oh my god, bruh. I have to hit him. I have to hit him, I assume. What is going on? What is... Wait, wait, did we get him? Did we get him? Oh, fuck, no, we didn't get him. What? Wait, what's happening? Oh, fuck me. Dude, no. Okay, we haven't made it to this part before. What's he doing? No! Fuck. Oh, man, we were close. That was... I mean, I don't know how close we were, like, to actually beating him, but that was... That's further than we've gotten before. It's not terrible. Made it to phase 2. Yeah, good progress. Not bad. That was a good try. Thanks, Seed Stat. That was his last stage. Oh, shit. Let's go. Oh, I did well. Thank you, Elon. Thank you so much. Would be useful if his homing attacks could be redirected at him. That would be super handy. Man, that'd be so OP. Can you imagine? Get a charm that redirects any homing missiles or anything back to the beastie. Okay, you just have to dash out of the way of his slams. Other than that, very good focus. Oh, yay! Thank you. Okay, sounds good. Awesome. Now you know his pattern's much better. You're gonna crush him. Thank you, Suit Strat. We can always hope. If I had one tip, it'd be dash more often. Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm so worried about like the dashing because I think I'm worried about because it's a fixed length, right? You can't like tap it and it goes just a little bit less than if you hold it down like with jumping. So I feel like I have more control, but I probably should practice with the dash more often. You're right. Like I said, I ran Dash Master, so I don't know how fast you can actually dash without it. Yeah, that's kind of my concern as well. Just want to make sure I can dash and not get mowed over. Oh my god, please. Thank you for the lurk, gorgeous Gundam. I appreciate your support. Thank you, lovely. Okay. Okay, come here, me. I wish I could just jump over to that next phase. That'd be nice. Back, how'd it go? We got to the second phase, which is good. Oh, fuck. Ah, balls. Ah, damn it! I wanted to pogo off him. Ow. Oh, good. I need to heal. I need to heal. I need to heal. Oh, there we go. That's the pogo I was looking for. Jesus. Yes, 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 yes. Ow, okay, ow. Okay. Oh no, I didn't do that. Oh. Is it dash out of the way? Fuck. I guess a jump and dash. Oh, fuck. I need to heal. Ah, no! Fuck, I need to heal. Ah! Oh. Oh! I ran into him. Fuck. Damn it. Ah! Okay, fuck. I ran into his ass. Really good try. Thank you, hon. I definitely, at least I'm not dying to his dashes as much anymore because you guys helped me out with that. Thank you very much. You're getting better each time. You got this. Thank you, sweet cheat. I appreciate you. Thank you. I see it. Yay. Thank you, Fluffy. Again, you have my unwavering faith. Thank you, gorgeous Seti. I appreciate you. And awesome, Aussie. Thank you for the care package. I can see the victory. Urgh. I just need to stop. I think if I can go into that final phase with full health and remember to dash like you guys suggested, the jump and dash thing seems to be the solution. You have 100 geos. You're rich, Sedu. I don't even think I've got that many. Like even once I get my actual soul back, I don't think I have that. You guys are so sweet. Thank you for being so encouraging. The second stage is hard to heal unless you get the timing right when he shoots off his blasts. Yeah. Ideally, I won't have to heal in that phase at all, but yeah, I was a little bit worried. I've actually noticed that, particularly with that guy, but also with a lot of other bosses, when I'm trying to heal is actually when I'm at my most vulnerable. Like, I mean, I know that's kind of like the deal with it, but I just mean that like, I'm really bad at it. I'm really bad at the healing part. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, please don't kill me. Oh my god, I said please, don't kill me. Do you want to know a secret for your soul? Sure, tell me the secret. Today is backseating day. You cleared the first stage really quickly last time. That's true. I'm getting better at that one. That's good. You don't get a lot of chances to heal in phase 2, but his moves are a lot simpler in my opinion. I think you're right. Assuming that it's just those two things, I think you're definitely correct. Hi there, Matthew. Welcome in. How are you? You just got sick. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I hope that you feel better in short order. There's a charm that lets you store more souls and another one that lets you heal faster. I think I have... I don't know if I have the more soul store or a like more efficient soul storer. Does that make sense? Hello, lovely Nex. Welcome in. How are you doing, cutie pie? Welcome, welcome. Oh, damn it. My pogo's not working. There we go. Yes. Okay, heal. Oh, got him that time. Oh, fuck you. Yes. Yes.
Two-year anniversary and my favorite game. Let's go. Oh.
Hell yeah, amazing. Thank you so very much, sweet Sam. Welcome in, honey. Give me just a sec. I just wanna see if I can kill this motherfucker, and then I'm gonna thank you properly. Welcome in, sweetheart. Oh, that was dumb. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, it's happening again. I'm doing the stupids. I'm doing the stupids, guys. I'm doing it again. Did I do it? Did I do it? Is he dead? Thank you so much, sweetheart, for the... Just in case he's not dead. I'm just gonna pause. Thank you so very much for the resub. I forgot to breathe the whole time. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, sweet Sam. I really appreciate your generosity and support. Thank you. Thank you so much. 2-year anniversary. I can't believe it. Thank you so much, lovely. I really appreciate that. I know you had it. You did it. Thank you so much, you guys. Yay. Thank you so much, lovely, for the resub, sweet Sam. I really appreciate you. Oh my god, finally, dude. Fuck. Oh. Whew. Desolate dive. Tap B when holding down to strike the earth. Oh, finally! This will let me through all those shaky bits. Wait, hold on. Oh, whoa. We get like it's like a lightning strike. That's pretty cool. Oh, fuck. Finally. Yay, we can move on with the game. Hi there, cutie Kodama. Thank you so much for the lurk, darling. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the well wishes on Hollow Knight as well. I appreciate you. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Is this... Am I not... Oh, I have no soul. That's why. Whew. Yeah, well, amazing. Oh, yes, I'm so fucking glad. Okay. Remember that spot I said to mark earlier? Ah! I actually don't think that I have a marking thing. That's eloquent. A marking node, or what do you call it? I don't think I have a marky thing of those. Oh my gosh, Sam! What? Sweetheart, thank you so freaking much for the 20 accepted. What? Oh my god. Thank you, lovely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 hearts for you. Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that incredible generosity. Thank you. Thank you so much, lovely. I really, really appreciate that. That's incredible. Technically, it's 21 because you resubbed. So thank you so much, darling. Holy crap. Thank you. We're almost at the sub goal. We're really close, aren't we? Tao may not have a marker, but she has a marketing team. That's true. That's you guys. Awesome, Aussie sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the 500 biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, lovely. We got a hype train incoming too. That's amazing. Thank you so much, lovely Aussie. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for dropping in and spending time with us. I hope you feel much better, darling. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good one, sweetie. With all the geo, I would hit the vendors and get more stuff like a tram pass. Do they have a tram pass for sale? Oh, sick. You can just like mow through everything, huh? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh. Jesus. Oh my god. There's so many of these things. But you're absolutely right. I should probably get a tram pass. What's this? Oh, a HollowNest seal. Wait, what's that? Is that a one of these? Thank you so much, sweet Sam and awesome Aussie. I really appreciate that. That is absolutely amazing. Time to crystal peek it up, indeed. And Aussie wants yeetus? Okay, yeet. Sleep well, honey. You have access to new areas now. We certainly do. Quite a lot of them, actually, it looks like. Which is fantastic. Damn, I should have filled that up before I did this. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm gonna make an emote while I draw you. Amazing. I can't wait to see it, honey. How do I get through here? Oh, I need to go over there. I want to help my little guy. Ah, like so. Oh, shit. I pressed the wrong button. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait. Slow down. I feel like I'm in a boss zone. No, maybe I'm just amongst a bunch of glorbies. I'm calling them glorbies. That's their name now. Okay, how are we gonna get out of here? Oh, there we go. Open. Hi there, Ram. Welcome in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you again. Welcome. Have you tried Oreo cookies with toffee flavored cream? I have not. I don't know if I would like it because I just generally don't like that texture of the cream. There we go. Hello, friend. If you lose your soul, you can call it back to you from the witch in Dartmouth. Oh, that's really cool. That's nice. So if you have like 20,000, did I just land on him and he died? So if you have like 20,000 geo or something on you and you're just like, I do not want to risk going to get it, you can go back to Dartmouth. Does it cost? Oh God, please. Oh, fuck. Oh my gosh. Firewolf, thank you so very much for the 100 biddies and for starting the hype train. Thank you. Much appreciated, sweethearts. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I will eat the cream for you. You have the cookies. Perfect. That sounds great. I would love that. Damien, hi dearest Damien. Welcome in. How are you doing? Gingerbread Doritos are crazy. I've never even heard of a gingerbread Dorito. That is absolutely crazy. I'm a good girl. Took my weekly injection. Always good to take it while vibing here. Aw, cutie cheat. I'm so happy that you're here to vibe with us, darling. Oh, fuck. I should have used my I need to get back to him, actually. Because I need to use my dream needle on him, I think. But, hun, I am very proud of you for taking your meds. Well done. Good girl. How the fuck? Oh my God. Oh god, please don't be another boss. No, it's not. Where are we? Oh, I know where I am. Sorry, it's taking me 75 minutes to figure it out. I forgot to use the dream needle. How many more subs to the goal? I will have to let you know, Sweet Strat. I'll let you know once we go on our next break, okay? It's a very good question. Strat, I want some Oreo cream too. You guys can share. You guys can share. Give me your souls. Whoa, what? Where are we? We just got transported? What the fuck? Where are we? Oh. Wait. No, wait. I didn't mean to do this. Wait, no, get me out of here. Wait, rewind. I don't want to do this anymore. No. Wait, why does he have more thingies? I hate this. This is really bad. This is not what I wanted. This is not what is going on. No. Oh, fuck me, dude. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't mean pogo. I'm too panicky. Oh my god, bro. This is so miserable. Please, no. I promised the pals I would go back to Dartmouth and get things. No, don't kill me, please. Fuck. Bro. Wait. What's happened? Sweetest Stride! Honey, thank you so much. That lightens the burden of death a little bit. Thank you so much for another 5 subs, honey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. Congratulations, you died. Thank you so much for your generosity in the level 6 hype train, you guys. That is incredible. Strat, thank you so very much.
Wow, you really DID the dream fight with this guy. LMFAO, good luck.
I didn't mean to. I thought that he was glowing, so I thought I was getting his soul or something. Now I live again. What do you know? You keep your Geo when fighting dream bosses. Oh, thank God. Thank you so much, lovely Strat. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Thank you. Oh, and well, however many you gifted has completed it, so we will now do our chibi raffle on Friday. Thank you so much. That was unexpected. It was. What? We're alive? Okay. Oh, but now I have to go back the other way. I have to go back out. Some defeated bosses can turn into dream bosses. What gives them permission to do that? Who said they were allowed to do that? Oh, ow. Because I think that's illegal. They get harder. Yeah, do you even get anything from them? Yes, we get to spin the wheel of fortune. You certainly do. Tau, it's called lucid dreaming. Oh, silly me. You're absolutely right, Sedu. Fabulous Freak, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing today? It's so good to see you. To be frank, you used the dream nail on him. Maybe you made them dream bosses. Oh, what if we did? We could have. Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's not going to happen. All right, let me see. We need to get up to Dartmouth, right? Can't go any further than that. Oh, I can hear though. Not so bad. Almost Eaper time? Fair enough, sweetheart. Let me know when you go to sleep and I will be happy to wish you the sweetest of dreams. And Moo, you're heading out, honey. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Thank you so much for dropping in, hun. Appreciate you. Okay. We need to... Okay, we want to go up to Dartmouth. We want to get tram passes. So you can buy tram passes, is that right? Oh, we do need to take the break. You're right, Sweet Strat. Okay, we'll do that. I need to go up. we will just rest. Oh, fuck. Hold on. We will rest on this bench while we go on a quick break. For those of you who are new here or who need the reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. And during that time, I will set off some ads, but I will also be walking away from the computer, so whether you are subscribed or not, for whatever reason that may be, you will not miss content because I'll be away from the PC, and I hope that you will also consider taking good care of yourselves by stretching and moving around as well. Maybe getting yourself something to eat or drink, having a little stretch, going to the bathroom, and if you have to take any medications, please do that as well, medications or vitamins. I should probably go to bed. Glad I got to see you beat the soul guy. Hope the rest of the game goes well. Thank you so much, Fabulous Fluffy. We really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Just a note for everybody who's departing now, our next stream, for the record, we're not ending stream yet. We still have like 2 more hours of stream. But for those of you who are leaving at the moment, our next stream will be an IRL stream. We're going hiking. I'm going to take you along with me and my puppy-doo. And yeah, I owe you that from like last year's streamathon. And then we'll also be doing an art stream later on that night. But I know that some of you really want to keep those streaks. So if you want to keep those streaks, it'll be at the same time as our usual art stream. But it'll be for a shorter period. Okay? All right, cutie pies. Yes, please don't shrimp. And I see that the hype train will be ending in about 10 seconds. So thank you guys so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. You guys, I am going to set you up with a boss battle. If you would like to participate, you're more than welcome to, but there is no pressure. Love you all very much. Miss you terribly. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs and the 600 bits. I really appreciate it. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Mwah. Hey there, cutie pies. Welcome back. I've missed you so. I'm so happy to see you again. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, you guys. I can't believe you've completed the 50, actually by 2 more, 52 subs for the week. So on Friday night actually is when we're gonna be doing our art stream. Yeah, welcome back, sweetest Strat, welcome back, cutie pie cheetah, welcome back, beautiful Boblin, welcome back, sweetest Saru, welcome back, my darlings, thank you so much for returning to me. Colorbla, hello cutie Colorbla, welcome in, thank you so much for the follow, welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. And lovely Lyra, welcome in / welcome back. How are you doing? Okay, now I feel so much more free in this game. We just need to, we need to go up to Dirtmouth so that I'm not worried about losing all my geo. This weather pattern needs to drift off. It's been a long and rough day for me too. All good, sweet Storm Hun. I hope that you... Yum, 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 sticky heart, sticky heart. Delicious. Thank you for the sticky hearts, excellent Eon. I appreciate you. And all good, sweetest Storm. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I just realized that the hike is going to be like 4:30 or so. Strat, please do not wake up early for that. That's okay. You'll also see me later that night for art as well as the hike earlier on. Doing well. Got some writing done. Lovely Lyra for our storytelling stream on Saturday, perchance. Hello, sweetest Skellington. Welcome back. And hello there, cutie color. Wave O/. Thank you for the pal attack. Thank you for the pal attack, lovely Lyra. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Just chilling. That's wonderful, cutie color. I hope that you're enjoying your time with us. Could I ask, how did you find us? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through Vtuber, scrolling through HollowNest? I'm always very curious. Why is the color janky in this? Oh, fuck. What happened there? Oh! Spikies. But Tau, if I stay asleep, who will be your guide? Trust me, Coda will make sure that we get everywhere. Oh, you came in from Deceiver's chat. Oh, amazing. Well, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. I hope that you enjoy the vibes here as well. I'm nearly done with the story, so it should be good to go by Saturday. I'm so excited to read it, darling. I absolutely love your characterization. Okay, let's have a little rest. And then let's take our friendly neighborhood stag beetle up to Dirtmouth. No, can't trust Coda after the false alarm incident. He will bork at the wind again. That's a good point, Strat. He will do that. He will indeed do that. I'm gonna have, I think I've mentioned already, but I'm gonna have little redeems for you guys. I'll get rid of all of the ones that we currently have since it won't be possible to use them. And then I'll put on some doggy ones. So like pet Coda and give him a treat and stuff like that. That'll be fun. Will you get some toys for him? I won't get any toys for him for our walk, but I will get toys for him probably afterward. Whispering root pin. What's this? I made some pins so you can record their locations. Oh, that's okay. That would be helpful. Actually, wait. Who do I go to see for some tram passes? That sounds useful. Is it this guy? He's so cute. I like his big eyeballs. Stalwart Shell Simple Key? Is that it? No. If I have to poke around places you don't belong. I also don't have that much money. The Simple Key is a must. I don't have enough money, unfortunately. Where do I get the tram pass? Do I have to find that or something? So we do have the option to treat him and pet him, right? Yeah, I'll make that a redeem. And it won't be expensive. It'll be like, I don't know, 200, 100 or 200, maybe like 150 for for a pet and then like 300 for a treat or something like that, because I don't want to fatten him up. And there was a chance that he will reject the treat, because sometimes if he's too stimulated, he won't have the treat. Eon, would you like me to tell you about the tram pass? Yes, please, Eon. I would love that. Hi there, Fabulous Feather. Welcome in. How are you doing? Do you put a timer or a user limit on it? Yeah, absolutely, Strat. Absolutely. Far right of the map, you have the graveyard. Oh. Here? That's clearly for the key. Keep going to the very end. I only need another, what, like 200? Lurky to supporty, so I go nap. I'm exhausted with a massive headache post-stream. Oh, I'm so sorry, hun. I hope that you feel
Love the Tassie
much
Tiger.
better. Aw, love the fabulous frostbite, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for the resub, honey. I really appreciate it. Look at you. You're almost a whole year old in sub time. Thank you so much, fabulous frostbite. You were such a darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. How are you doing, Frostbite? 1 second, I'll finish reading this from Feather. I was gonna read him, but you legit went BRB right as I fucking went to end. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. That's okay. I'm sorry that your pain is so bad, though. Hope your stream goes well and hope you relax well with the low energy. Don't always have to be zoomy and hyper. Can always rest and relax. Thank you so much, Fabulous Feather. I hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for the lurk for support as well. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams for your nap. May it be a long nap, like an all-night nap. We'll probably need a separate message to pin for that stream. For the hiking one, you think? There is only one, but it is permanent and you have to find it. Let me know if you want an idea where to find it. Yes, please, Eon. I'm letting you guys, I'm quite low energy today, so this day, this fateful day, is the only one where you guys are allowed to backseat me. So there are 0 punishments for backseating. The spoiler is still in effect. Please don't like spoil anything, but like you can tell me where to go and suggest things and stuff like that. That's fine. Just waking up. How are you? I am doing all right, Fabulous Frostbite. I'm doing great now that I'm with you. See my map? Yeah, sure. Here you go. Leaving PC now. Goodbye. Goodbye, Fabulous Feather. You have another vendor at the bottom of the map, where you originally found that dazed fly vendor. Oh, did I miss him? Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome in. How are you? Yes, for the hiking one, I will go look at the previous one we had. Okay, sounds good, Sweet Strat. Thank you so much. Yeah, because we haven't done a hiking stream yet. We've done a puppy at the beach stream, but not a... Yeah, backseat's okay, spoiler, no. Exactly, Sweet Sedu. Missed you, it's been so long. A singular day, it has been so long. How are you doing, Precious Patricia? You don't have the area yet? Oh, it's bottom left. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you, hun. I appreciate that. Okay, where's the guy who I can sell stuff to? Did he not come up here to make his own habitat? Isn't there like a dickhead somewhere as well? No worries, with my duty done, I also need to head off to snooze, as even though it is Tuesday, it has felt like a long week already. That is so fair, I know that feeling. Excellent, Eon, no worries, honey. Thank you so much for dropping in and for the help. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll talk to you later, okay? I'm doing good, thank you. Just finished building and painting my latest kit, and I'm quite happy with how it turned out. That's great, Patricia. I'm so excited to see it. I lose track of time when I am not looking at the stream schedule. It has become the sole way I track my work schedule as well. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, Strat. This random surprises for you sometimes. Like this week, I know that I didn't talk to you or confer with you about like our hiking stream as being this week, but here we are. How many mask shards do you have? How do I tell? Is it in my... Oh, there you go. I have half of them, I guess? How many of these did he want, by the way? Was it 75 or 100? I have stinky eggies too. I feel like maybe I should grind up a few more so that I can get that simple key possibly. It's fine. I like surprises that start before the sun rises. I am so sorry, Strat. Yeah, you seem to really enjoy surprises that start before the sun rises. Looking forward to Cup Week because I have a 4-day long weekend. Oh, nice. That's great. Oh, before the Melbourne Cup. Oh, is it Melbourne Cup time already? I wish that we'd stop racing horses, dude. So when you find 4, you can get an extra health mask. That fly guy sells you 4, but the price increases with each purchase. Yes, I think that I actually, I'm pretty sure I actually did, oh, amazing. Hold on, give me some more. Oh my god, yeah, wait, what if I can single-handedly get, oh my gosh, yeah, keep them coming. Oh, and we got a mask fragment? Okay, there's some good shit you get for helping this guy out, huh? Okay, can I afford this? Can I afford this key now? I think I actually can. Let's go. Amazing. Love that for us. Hi there, Jet. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you, hon. Don't worry, though. I've been sleeping really well. The meds help. I am more worried about your sleep schedule. That's all right, sweetheart. Thank you so much for your concern. I'm okay. I'm doing all right. Tonight's gonna be a rough sleep, but, oh. What is this? We got another HollowNest seal. I actually still don't know what that is. Home. Very tired. Did you want to go to sleep, sweetheart? It's 7:13 and you've been awake all night, huh? The more babies you find, the more rewards he gives you. That's so cool. I like the babies. Okay, so I need to... Is this, out of curiosity, is this guy the only way that you can get the simple key? Or, wrong way. Or can you get the simple key another way? Would you please explain the pick a week-long redeem? Sure, Patricia. So, yes, I can afford it. So it's basically from the day that you redeem it until the end of that stream the next week. So like if you were to redeem it today, Tuesday, then you would have it for all of Friday's stream, all of Saturday stream, Sunday stream, Monday stream, and all of Tuesday stream to redeem whatever you've decided you want to unlock for that week. That's kind of how I'm getting around because there are people who really wanted to have the Sing redeem back and Valley Girl redeem, and so I've put, and also like a Chibi Voice redeem. So, but all of those annoy some people. So I'm having you unlock it for the week, and then if someone else wants to unlock something else for the week or the following week or whatever, you can. Does that make sense? It's 6:14 for you, lovely lord. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're at work. You're at work early. Or are you a night shift worker, lord? Do you want to know where to get the Grubberfly's Elegy Charm? Find all 46 grubs. All 46? Holy shit. I think I fell asleep around midnight my time. Oh, Jet, you need some sleep, sweetheart. Overnight? Oh, okay. Do you like your job, lovely lord? What do you do, if I may ask? Are you like security or... Okay, now that I've done this, I assume that I want to go over here because it looked like... Fuck, no. Get out there. It looked like there was a key-shaped hole over here. Thank you, no worries, precious Patricia, no worries. A stone door with a simple lock. Shall we use the key? Yes, indeed. It's 10:15 for you? Hey, it's the same for me, Ram. It's the same for me. Same time zone. Time zone pals. Time zone twins.
Really?
Okay, sorry. Maybe there's no danger there. There was no music or movement to kill me. So.
Really?
Hello.
Welcome, small intruder. I've been sound asleep in here for some time. Some time? Ah, yes. Well, now you've gone and woken me up. It's no matter, I suppose. I might even be able to help you. I am Gigi, and if you have found your way into my chamber, you must need my help. You see, sometimes we leave our regrets behind in the world, like black stains. If we don't deal with these regrets, hope starts to drain from us. Do you have regrets of your own, little one? Let me peer into you for a moment. Ah, you don't appear to have any lingering regrets. How lucky for you. You don't need the services of one such as I.
Oh, this is the one you guys were telling me about that brings your ghost back. Is that right? That's cool. Hey, Tower Reminder, your voice is really pretty. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm so glad you like my voice. It brings me great pleasure to know that you guys enjoy listening to me, even when my voice is all raspy and low energy. He summons your shade. That's it, my shade. I felt the sing redeem kind of got old when only 1 or 2 songs were exclusively being redeemed. That's one of the reasons that I did remove that, because I know that a lot of people were getting bored of like the same 1 or 2, but then no one else requested other ones. So I was like, okay, this is yeah. I don't want to bore people, you know. I like the voice you did for her. Thank you, Precious Patricia. Thank you so much. Be careful with some of them because some are fake and they'll fight you. Wait. Black stains? Here we have either food stains or corn stains. I see. Oh, hold on a second. Wait, no, I think it would be fine if you were the one that chose the song instead and we cost less for it. I guess that's true. We could do that.
Bapanada.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Hollow Knight has its own breed of mimic. Oh, that's kind of spooky. Yikes. I thought you were fucking with me, Seru, but dang, yikes. Oh, wait. All right, buddy. Where are we going? Let me see. Actually, let me have a look at the map. Let's see what we've got as far as like any of these bits that go down and I couldn't get to before. There's one in the Stone Sanctuary, it looks like. Or below the Stone Sanctuary. Let's start there, because that looks like it might be the closest. No, there's some here. There is one that connects the fungal wastes to the Forgotten Crossroads. Maybe I'll go clear that out real quick, actually. Oops. You gotta sleep? All good, Radical Ram. Thank you for coming in, hon. We appreciate you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. It would give you a chance to try new songs as well, and we all would have the pleasure of enjoying your voice. Aww. Thank you, Sweet Strat. I don't know if everybody agrees with that, but I'd be willing to see if that was something.
Also, Small Jibbit, you are 1 upgrade away from traversing the full map. Good luck.
Really? Oh, I hope it's a double jump, dude. I want a double jump so bad. There's so many spots where I'm like, oh, if only I had a double jump. Okay. I'm a pro, look at me go. Would you like to know how you can distinguish between the mimics and actual grubs? Sure, hun, go for it. Tonight is our backseat away night. Go for it. Tau has an awesome voice and I love hearing it. Aw, thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Thank you. You have a dash. It's like double jump but sideways. You know what, Sam? That's very true. That is exactly accurate. I don't know why more games just don't call a dash a double jump but sideways. That seems much more convenient. Want to know how I knew that some grubs were fake? I didn't even consult the wiki. I just got jump scared by them. Trial and error. I mean, that's how you determine it, like, officially. So, yeah. Okay, is this a spot that I can... Oh, really? No, it's not. What? Oh, okay, hold on. Go this way? What the fuck? Wait, do I have to go around? It said there's like a down bit. Oh, I think I do have to. Huh. Horizontal dash and vertical dash, exactly. H dash and V dash. Okay, I guess we'll just continue on, I suppose. Ow. I still love the deflation sound, it's so funny. Then the elusive D dash, diagonal dash, the most difficult to control. No, that's acid. Oh. Okay. The gassy ones look cute. They do look cute. I really like the sound they make. They're so funny. No, fuck. Okay, I need to. All right. Note to self. Tau, do not jump when you cannot see. How about that? Patience is a virtue. One that I do not possess very efficiently, but I try once in a while. Okay, what's this way? Any plans to play Silksong after that? If you guys vote for it, then absolutely. I would be happy to. Wait, what? Who is this? Do I know this guy? Oh. Don't try to sneak past me. I can smell you. You collect a lot of geo. Give me geo, and you can see something nice. I don't have enough geo. So wait, if I go past him, does he get upset? Oh no, he doesn't. Okay. And he's not mad that I'm swinging at him either. That's good. And then there's the prodigal dash, the elusive backflip dash. I notice your voice is sounding a little flatter, and I see the little note in the corner. You doing all right? I'm all right, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Just had a very emotionally exhausting day. It was very unexpected. Thank you so much for your concern, though, sweetheart. I appreciate ya. Oh God, how am I gonna do this? Can I just like... Okay, no, there's no way to get under there. I've changed my mind. I think Tau's sickly. No, I'm not sickly. I'm just emotionally fucked at the moment, to put it politely. Sorry to hear that. Always feel free to come to any of us and we'd be more than happy to support you. Thank you so much, cutie pie. I really appreciate that. That is so sweet. Thank you, lovely. I forgot this guy just smashes his head repeatedly. Ow, oh, I forgot about that too. Oh my God, please. Okay. Oh my God, that was, yikes. That was pretty clumsy. That was a little bit clumsy. Wow. Red, black, or dark blue, which color of outfit would you prefer? If it was a full body outfit? Oh, probably red, like a dark red though. Why do you ask? What kind of an outfit are we dressing up in? Tau is sick. Air horns. Closer to maroon? Yeah, closer to maroon. Exactly. But to be clear, I absolutely love any and all of those colors, and I particularly the dark versions of them. I like a dark blue. I love a dark red. I love a black. Okay, Fog Canyon is our next stop, you guys. We're gonna go see if we can decipher what's going on over there. Maybe, just maybe, we will have some luck with another spot that I can like break through downward. down with the sickness. Can I go in there? No. Okay, Eon said that the lower left is where you get the tram stuff. Oh, okay, I have no map for this area. Right. We still have to find our friend for this one. Oh, do I know you?
Oh, Bakura Finello.
Hello there, dearie. I was about to close up shop and run until you came along. I provide a banking service if you're interested.
Wow, that's cool.
Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely if you carry it about on yourself. My vault is much more secure. In all my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. Maybe you would consider opening an account.
Yeah, let's open an account. Yay, a bank.
You're a smart one. Now, it's time for some dreadful beastie to... Wait,
Why can't I read?
next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, he'll be glad to know that your geo is safe within my shell. My vault. Now, let's do some banking.
Wow, you can have up to 4,500? No, let's put 19 geo in there. Wait. Can I not? I have 19 geo. I would like to deposit, please. Oh. Wait. What? Bruh? Okay. Never mind. You're not allowed.
Goodbye then. Stay safe.
I would love if I could have like a teleportation stone to get here. They look much better with the darker color, especially for this style of outfit. I will send you the pics later. Oh, I'm so excited, Strat. Oh my gosh, what kind of an outfit. Are you doing some clothes shopping for me? I'm so down. Yes, ma'am. I'd like to deposit my last $2. Exactly. I paid her to open an account. Surely she owes me that much. Fuck. Oh, I can't go in there. Oh. Okay. Have we already unlocked our... Whoa. Hello?
Resend, to distinguish between grubs and mimics, you can use the dream nail on them. Grubs will say things like home, father, wanna go home, or things like that. Whereas mimics will say eat, feed, hunt, or kill.
Oh, that's interesting, Patricia. Hey, thank you. That's cool. I wish there were more dialogue just so we could hear your voice act more. I do kind of wish that as well. Actually, get this. So I was watching some reviews on Pokemon ZA, as some people are calling it, or ZA or ZA. And when they were like, yeah, really disappointed there's no voice acting, like, I should play this on stream. I'll help everyone get more immersed by voice acting my entire way through that game. Go up to her where her head goes?
Oh, got in search of some treats, have you? I chanced upon a unique little fungus growing right above us. I found it only in this station, and the taste is just divine. This place must once have been quite the hub, built at the border between the two lands, that misty drop to one side and those bulbous growths on another. Neither place seems particularly welcoming, so while my little treats last, I think I'll stay right here. Feel free to stop by any time, though I do quite like the quiet in this station. A little company is always good for one's health.
Yeah. Fuck. Can I go up there, please? Huh. You can dream nail her? Uh-oh. Am I gonna get punished for this? Oh no. That's not good. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm gonna stick a knife to Nathan real quick. He says goodnight to all of you. Oh, wait, it's a thought bubble, so...
This little creature looks awfully tasty. I wonder, should I eat it? The others around here were awfully bland.
Yikes. Yikes. I'm just gonna head out for a little bit and then come back when I'm all cozy in bed. Sounds good, Precious Patricia. Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate you. You can dream nail anyone? You basically get their innermost thoughts when you do that? Lies. He said goodnight, Strat and Sedu. Well, I lied and said everyone said goodnight. And he said, tell them all I say goodnight. God forbid a woman wants some girl snacks. But sentient girl snacks are a different thing. I hope you're not eating sentient things. Okay, we've updated our map. Let's see. I was just kidding, but I was being honest. I told him that everyone said goodnight because I know that the pals they mean to say goodnight. Oh fuck. Damn it. Okay. Oh my god, bro. Oh, fuck. Damn it. Going to bed? Sweet Skellington. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us for so long tonight. We'll see you later, okay? I hope you were able to stream during the break, though I hope you get plenty of time to visit family and friends too. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat. Yeah, no worries. I should be able to stream during the break. I've purchased a lot of stuff that should hopefully enable me to stream during the break. I'll be quite bummed if I'm not able to. But I think that I can. Oh, is this another mask bit? Oh, good. Did we get another? We have more health now. Yes, let's go. Hallelujah. Oh, goody. Okay, that's very handy. Thrilled to see that. But yes, I'm really hoping that it'll work out. I'm tempted to do like a test stream before I leave, but if I did that, it'd be for like 15 minutes, and then there would be so many people who would probably not be able to make it, and I'd feel really bad. So, yeah. Do you know something for the audio? I know you have figured out the video setup already. Well, I'm gonna bring the mic I currently have with me to the States, and I'm hoping that it'll work. I have a dock as well for my ally, and yeah. Hey there, sweet Slipknot. Welcome in, darling. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are things going, cutie pie? Okay, we're going down. Remember, you can do a private test so no one misses stuff. I'll send you the link for it. Oh, that's right. You can, huh? Okay, that's a good idea, Strat. Maybe I'll do that. And then if it doesn't work out, I'll feel really sad. What is this? Oh, it's our friend, Cornifer.
Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dartmouth and purchase a map of this area? Available now for an excellent price.
I'm sure it is, bud. I'm sure it is. I'm okay, just having some lunch at the moment and also getting ready for Friday. What you doing on Friday, sweetheart? Oh, I forgot the bouncies. These are funny. Oh, he's blowing the fuck up. As my friends at the band are doing a single release show. That's so cool, Slip. You're gonna have a great time. I'm so excited for you, hun. That sounds absolutely amazing. Ow. Dumb, sorry. No, that sounds amazing. I'm so excited for you. Oh, whew. Oh, Okay, is there any... Oh, yeah, up. Nikki, welcome in, lovely Nikki. How are you doing? My mother, bless her heart, just woke me up with breakfast in bed. I love her. She thought it was a work day. That's so sweet, Nikki. Oh my gosh, your mom sounds like an angel. That's amazing. Wow, that's so thoughtful. Oh, there's thorns there. Okay, noted. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Oh, I hate these things. Blow up. Thank you. Damn it. Hold on. What's your favorite brekkie in bed, Nikki? I'm very curious. Ah, shit. So close. Okay, hold on. Again. Okay, made it. Oh! Okay. I didn't realize that was... Okay, we're gonna slide. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Pushing my luck here. Always egg whites and bacon bits? That sounds delicious, hon. Yummy. Go, mom. W, mom. No, I didn't jump high enough. No, fuck. Okay. Okay, let's see. How am I gonna do this? Oh, I made it. Oh, okay. What's this? Got a spore shroom. What does that do? Is that a sellable thing? Let me see. Oh, no, it's one of these. Composed of living fungal matter, scatters spores when exposed to soul. When focusing soul, emit a spore cloud that slowly damages enemies. That's cool. I don't know if I get any use out of it, but it is cool. Whew. I don't know if it was almost worth my life, but it's good. Yeah, I got a new one. Okay. Let's see. Let's go down to... Actually, I might take our... I don't see any other uncapped down bits. So I think I'm gonna go back to the stag and we're gonna go to the City of Tears maybe. Or just another place that I see that's... Oh! Oh my god. Oh, yikes. Okay, that's not exactly what I was hoping would happen, but that's okay. Thank you for being white noise while I slept, by the way, Tao. I jumped in here when you started after waking up in the middle of the night. Oh, Nikki, I'm so happy I could support you to get some good rest, honey bun. That makes me really happy. I'm glad that my little yips and yipes did not disturb you. I hope you slept well. I hope you had good dreams of the pouch. I think it will be useful considering there are plenty of spore enemies as well. Yeah, maybe. I think the spores are for us, though. I don't think that the spores are for, like, to counteract them or something. Are you healing? Are you heading for the next boss? That's the great thing about us here is Strout. We don't know. We just kind of go and then we go, oh shit, that's a boss. I actually have no idea where I'm going. I'm actually just looking for things to traverse. So like spots where my new like down slam move works out. But so far I haven't found too many places. That's so true though. It is true. It is definitely true. It was very restful. Aw, Nikki, that makes me so happy, honey. Yay, and now you wake up with breakfast in bed. Oh, it makes me so happy to know that you are starting your day off with well-restedness and a yummy, nutritious meal. All right, let me have a look. There's a lot to explore. There's a ton to explore. Okay. Let's see, City of Tears. Do we have any spots that like need to be cleared out going down? I think there were some resting grounds. It looks like there are. Okay, let's go to the resting grounds and see what kind of damage we can wreak there. Just kidding. Highly recommend it. Yeah, absolutely. Wishlisted this and Silk Song. Excellent, excellent. Okay. This music is so eerie. It's quite sad sounding. Nikki, sweetheart. Not sure how often I'll be around here, but here, oh, lovely Nikki. Thank you so very much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for coming on in, and thank you so much for the follow. It means the world. I hope that you enjoy your time with us. We've talked to that before. Hello there, sweet Solar. Welcome in. How are you doing, darling? It's great to see you. What's this way? Oh, wait, do I have enough stuff? Practice. Oh, it wants 100. Damn it. Okay, that's 100. How many do I have? 75? 74. Still sleepy? Gotta go to work? No, I'm so sorry, sweet Solar. Hopefully you can get some better rest, soon. Hollow Knight is a personal favorite of mine, by the way. Oh, perfect. That's excellent. I'm so happy to hear that, Nikki. Honestly, I'm finding out that there's a lot of people who have some exceptional game tastes who really, really like this game.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, lovely lord. Definitely. Okay, we gotta go down and to the left. There is recommended charm builds. Okay, nice. I mean, probably ones that have more than like 2 of them would be good, huh? I'm so glad I streamed tonight, you guys, and I'm so grateful that despite my low energy, you guys are still enjoying the stream. Yeah, no, I was truly so close to like not streaming. I was like, oh, I don't want to bring them down, but you guys have made me feel so much better. What is this guy's deal? Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually did not mean to. I'm so sorry. I didn't even talk to him. That was very rude. Ow. Ow, fuck. I did not mean to kill this guy. He's clearly offended though. Ow. Oh, fuck, he's got more of them. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I need to... can I heal? Okay, I'm glad that hiding under here works like that. Ow, fuck. I'm gonna go back under here. Am I gaming the system right now? Did they not realize that you can do that, or was that the plan? Oh, ow. Oof. Oh, did I get you, bud? I got you, bud. I'm so sorry I didn't even bother talking to you first. Yikes. What even was the context for that sound? That's a great question, Lord. Let me tell you the story. So we were talking about, it was a long time ago. We were playing Pal World and we were talking about my cousins, the Tasmanian devils, which are still around, and they're much smaller than Thylacines, Tasmanian Tigers. And we were talking about like how aggressive they are and that they have like a really strong bite force. And then where that sound bite comes from is I was explaining that if a Tasmanian devil were to bite you, they're small, so they'd probably go for your ankle or like your calf or something. But me, as a thylacine, I would go for your butt probably. It's actually quite innocent, but out of context, it sounds super weird. But yes, I hope that helps. You never bring us down, Tau. It's always fun to have you around. You can count on us to be there for you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. You're so lovely. Again, Tau, you're the streamer. We respect your decisions. Yes, but this is a community. I just don't type fast enough to be like typing to you guys. I have to talk. But I want you guys to have input on whether we even stream or not. You know, it's important to me. BRB driving, all good, sweetheart. Have a good, safe drive. First try, let's go. Yes. Huggles for beautiful Bublin. Tau sus? No, it wasn't sus. It was innocent. Okay, now I'll talk to him. He doesn't actually sound like anything, so I guess I'll go with, I can see now. Those who turn against the king are doomed as soon as they raise their weapon. Do not call me a traitor. Simply call me a fool. I know you will not flee. Wherever you go, I will be watching. Can I have your souls? Can I have 26 souls? Oh, what? Okay. He gave me way more than 26 souls. He gave me 100. A sweet spider, welcome in. Not welcome in, sorry. Thank you so much for the head pat, darling. Thank you, lovely. Hello there, Tap. Welcome in. How are you? Did not expect to join to ASMR. Oh, don't worry. We're not doing ASMR. I'm just a bit low energy tonight. But welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Okay. Let's see. What's this say? Cursed are those who turn against the king. Okay. Well, now, since we're literally right next to that dude, we'll go back up there. You asked for 26 and he threw you 100? Like, keep the change, you filthy animal. It's true, sweet Sam, it's true. Norberto, hello, beautiful Berto. How are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here, hun. How are you? I gotta get my wisdom teeth out. I'm firmly displeased with this turn of events. I am firmly displeased on your behalf, sweetheart. I am so sorry that you have to deal with that. I had to get my wisdom teeth out, but it's been years and years. I do not envy you. Just my only advice is to keep the area clean. And best of luck, hon. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that. Hey there, Joyous Jimmy. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Tau old moment. Oh, it's true. I'm a hag. That's what we call old people, right? People over 20. Are they hags? It's all 4. I lost the gamble. Mine was all 4 as well, Tap. You can come back in here and commiserate with me. I have my wisdom teeth, but they are not helping. No. Straw, that's because you're too wise with them. They only buff so far. I'm doing great. How about you? I'm a bit low energy tonight, honey bun, but I'm very happy to be here with you, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Amazing Arctic, hello, sweetheart. Thank you for the head pad. Thank you so very much for the head pat, lovely Arctic. And Gorgeous Sweet Sam, thank you so very much for that gifted sub to the terrific Tup work. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for your generosity. And thank you for such a warm welcome to lovely Tup. Thank you, thank you. Hi, dearest Dustin. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, and terrific Tup, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Well, I'm here now, and I hope that you will continue to stick around, darling. Thank you for being here. All right.
Wielder, you've returned. Let me have a look at the dream nail. Oh, already you've collected 100 essence. Quick work. Things come naturally too, don't they? No wonder the dreamers tried to bury you in that old dream. Perhaps you frightened them, or perhaps being prisoners themselves, they desired your company. In any case, you still have a long way to go. Take this old trinket as encouragement from me, and return when you have collected 200 essence.
Okay, we will. I don't understand certain parts of weeb talk. Oh yeah, I love hags, they're so hot. They said while they're referring to an image of a collection of female characters whose ages range from 23 to 34. Yeah. Yep. I actually don't understand it either, but who am I to yuck their yums, you know? Let's see. Could be better today. Last night I spent tossing, turning, getting woken up by acid reflux. Oh no. Arctic, I'm so sorry. Stomach cramps and a severe leg cramp. Debating if I should call in sick or stay home or not. I think you should call in sick, but that's because I will always prioritize your well-being. And Cutie King, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the care package. Need to get a motorcycle ride in before I get beaten down by the docks today. That's probably a good idea, Tup. Just drive safely, okay? Ride safely, rather. I don't know how many of you knew this, but I have a full motorcycle license. It's just never really come up. Hi, dearest Dustin. We are also low energy. One of the others probably will take over today, no doubt, but that happens when we get so little sleep. It was not on purpose. I just happened to wake up after 4 hours. Oh, fair enough, dearest Dustin. Well, please remind the others that they are also welcome here if they so choose to be here. I know that not all of them enjoy hanging out here, but for those who do, they're always welcome. Hag is in Matara and Emily. Yeah, I think that they're considered hags. I can say they're hot, yeah. I'm good, how Tal. I'm a bit low energy tonight, Cutie King, but I'm doing much better because you guys have been so wonderfully warm as always. That's 2 people voting I stay home. Sounds like you should stay home. I'll try not to get pulled over. What do you ride? I need to know. I haven't ridden since I left the US. I'm in Australia now. But I used to have a Kawasaki Ninja something. Ooh, I don't remember. I unfortunately haven't ridden for many years now. But technically, the motorcycle license is still valid. Tau, you are not a hag, by the way. Hags are Sylvan Fae, and you are a Thylaciniform. Oh, good point, Patricia. Good point. They pop in sometimes, but no one tends to like announcing it much. Still hard to be only openly plural sometimes. Oh, that's all right, dearest Dustin. They're always welcome anyway. Okay. Now, what are we doing? I wanted to continue on through this area. I started on a 900 Honda and went into customization on Harleys. Wow. Yes, you would spend a lot if you got a Harley. Very nice. My biggest problem with motorcycles is actually that they're just really loud. And I've got very sensitive ears. Hag is also a D&D creature. That's a good point, Senu. That's a good point. Well, Tup, if you like the vibes here, I hope that you'll consider hanging out more, particularly while you're recovering from your surgery, because we have some cool stuff coming up, especially this week, actually. We have an IRL hiking stream that I'm taking you guys along on Friday during the day, which I don't know if you're Oz or US top, but at night, Aussie time, we will then be doing art. And then on Saturday, we're doing a storytelling stream. So you can just come on in, close your eyes, and vibe while I read you stories, many of which the precious pals in the community have written. So if you're a writer, you can also submit your stuff as well. And then Sunday, we continue on with Persona 5. It's my very first time playing it, though, so please, please, please ensure that you do not spoil anything. I've gotten tone deaf after having straight pipes. Oh, God, I bet. Oh, you're US on graveyard shift. Top, this is actually going to be perfect then, because you'll be seeing me mostly in the degen hours. All right, let me see here. What am I looking for right now? By the way, I got all the audio prepped for the new BB project. I will tell you more about it. Really? Also, the package has been shipped, so another week and you may have your box. Amazing, Sweet Strat. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I did see that you needed me to record some stuff, so I will definitely do that. I'll probably do it tomorrow, I reckon. I should have a little bit of time tomorrow for... So send me anything else that you need as well. Otherwise, I'll go back through our combo and send you whatever you need. Hey there, Outstanding Oldendo. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Lovely Lord. I'm basically an American sub to Australian time. Well, that works for me. Honest to God, it's more convenient than American daylight hours. That is fair. I will say I'm going back to the States for about a month and a half. Because I'm going back to visit my family and stuff. So I'm gonna hopefully have similar hours to right now. I'm going to do my best to do that, but we'll see, because I'm gonna be with my parents, so they can't handle me yelling unless you want more streams of this approximate volume. Be careful out hiking, especially of the emus. We don't need another emu war. I promise, Sam, I will keep your wise words in the back of my mind while I hike. Take your time, no haste. That's just for the test. I would just like to know what you want as a visual. Oh, fair enough, Sweet Strat. Okay, sounds good. I'm good, just in my bed. Okay, fair enough, Otendo. Fair enough. I hope that you're nice and cozy and cuddly. I do not miss graveyard shifts for the same reasons. Did I read that right? Yeah. Yeah, that is fair. I also like being awake for my kids. Yes, absolutely. That is also very, very helpful. All right, let me see here. Where are we going now? Resting grounds. I think... Wait, did I reach a point over there that I couldn't... I've been almost run over twice now in 3 years or so, both by police merging on top of me. Oh, that's so scary, bud. Oh, wait, I can do this over here, can't I? Oops, wrong button. Oh, fuck, I need more souls. Hold on. Are there even any monsters for me to... I don't think so. Gonna be back in 30 to 60 minutes. Good luck out there. Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. I really appreciate your lurk. It means the world. Have a good one. We'll see you soon, okay? Okay, let me see here. Yeah. Okay, I need a few more souls before I can do something over there. I'm sorry, I can't keep track of stuff. My net is suffering at the moment. Can't hear the stream either. We'll tweak some settings and be back. All good, Sweet Strat. No worries, hun. Take your time. It's quite quiet today. It is, Ren. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bit low energy today, but I'm still really happy to be here with you, cutie pies. I'm doing well. Nova, gotta start a new video tomorrow. Ooh, that's exciting. Feel like this place would benefit greatly from an integrated light rail tram system and metro loop rather than direct monorail transportation between points. My Milbenian is showing. That's true. Is this Dami Mommy Tao? It is not. Please don't call me that. Just soft purring in our ears. This is just an emotionally drained Tao. Had a bit of a rough day, but you guys are making it much better, and I appreciate you. More like tired, yeah. I'm just emotionally quite spent. Yeah. Today was tough. But again, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate you enormously. It's okay, I've been rougher today. Solo work for 5 hours straight? Yeah, that's tough. Oh, you shared a new emote, sweetheart? I'll have a look. Whoa. What is that sound? Oh! What is this? Is scary. What is that? I don't like the breathing. In fact, I quite hate the breathing. What is that? What is that? Bruh. Get bro out of our ears. I promise I'll try. I thought he might be friendly. I attacked something that was previously potentially friendly. And so I'm trying to not be so trigger happy, but that I'll kill for you. Spider, thank you so much for the care package. Thank you so much. Hey there, sweetest Sir Jazzy. How are you, honey? It's so good to see you. Sorry to hear about being drained. Sending good vibes. Oh, sweetest Sir Jazzy, you just being here are the good vibes. Thank you so much. And dearest Doc, rest time for you. Enjoy your lurk, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. What the heck did I get back to? That's creepy ASMR. I'm gonna kill it for you. Uh-oh. I fear that there are other ones in here. Please nothing drop down on me. Please nothing drop down on me. What's up there? Oh, fuck. Ow. Oh. Jesus. Big bug needs to pipe down. I agree. I promise I'm killing them as quickly as I can, guys. Oh, it's a friendo. Dude needs to take a breathing test. True that. Oh god, this is very spooky. Oh, there's also another hidden passageway. So damn dark out here. Oh, fuck! There's spikes. Oh my god. Oh, not another one. Ah! Oh, fuck! Jesus. Ow. Not the inhaler. Bro is making the sounds I make whenever I taste something amazingly delicious. Like that? How was that? Was that pretty good? Oh, we got a Wanderer's Journal. Let's read about it, shall we? So dark. What's our Wanderer's Journal say? Wait, is this one of those games where we don't actually get to read it and we just collect it? It's a bit of a bummer. Never mind. Can't read through it. Unless I'm dumb, which is also a distinct possibility. What's this? We got a Soul Eater. Ooh, I like that show. Oh, here we go. Forgotten Shaman artifact used to draw soul from still living creatures. Greatly increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy with a nail. Oh, that's a foursome cost too. Huh, okay. You read it manually? You still haven't seen that show? You should watch it, it's really good. Let me rest. Okay, guess I'm letting you rest. What do you mean you have to manually read it? I can't find it to read. Say please first, dude. All right, I'm gonna go play for Warhammer 40k. The Xenos bug needs to be pushed back. Fair enough, Top. Well, enjoy. Please save the galaxy, universe, etc. from the Xenos. Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about? Thank you for coming in, hun. Hopefully we'll have the pleasure of your company again in the not too distant future. Oh no, it's another. Actually, speaking of going, which has nothing to do with anything. Oh, hi there, cutie cat. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. You guys, we got to go on a quick break, sweethearts. For those of you who are new here, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That's only 180 seconds. It's not too long. And that is so that you do not feel any pressure to subscribe if you don't want to or can't. Doesn't really matter. I just really don't want you to miss any content or feel like you're being left out of the community. So for those 3 minutes, I actually walk away from the computer, suggest you do the same, because at that point I run those ads and no one wants to watch those. And I don't want you to have to watch those. Also, excellent Eugene, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, darling. I appreciate you. We are going to go on that quick break right now. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. You guys, I love you very much, and I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon, like in 3. Mwah.
Absolute darling, furry streamer, and I highly recommend that you give her a look if you love a good fuck shit. Oh my god, I'm about to die! I forgot that I needed to not. Oh god, this is too much pressure. Hold on. Oh, into the water you go. Oh fuck no! Water! Oh, I can't believe I made that.
Everyone said it's like a sauce like. Everyone said it. That must mean it's true. Got him.
I feel like this music is inspired by the Addams Family. What do you think?
Days of the week. 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 There's Sunday, yeah, there's Monday. There's Tuesday, and there's Wednesday. There's Thursday, and there's Friday. And then there's Saturday. Days of the week.
Am I the only one who learned that? Oh, and also Ghost of Yote comes out in a few days. I haven't been this excited for game release in a long time, like since the release of Ready or Not on console. Speaking of which, just want to remind you, Ready or Not. Ah! I thought it was over.
You won! That means your luck today is fantastic! Okay, I'm next. I've got all these charms on me, so surely I'll be able to undo the misfortune from today's morning milk divination.
Matikane fuku Matikane fuku kitaru. Matikane fuku kitaru steals herself, then carefully unwraps her own piece of gum.
There's nothing written on.
I wasn't expecting. Whoa. Storm, thank you for the jump scare. After the con, Tau's back on the grind again. Woo! Nah, it's never a grind. You guys are the family I like coming.
I'm not sure if you can, HollowNest, but are you able to heal in midair? I'm actually not sure. I don't have any health, but I also don't have any healing available, so. Fuck! Oh my god, that was so stupid. Yes! Oh, finally! Oh, this fucking guy. Oh, there's two of them! Oh, ouch! Oh, did they just collide? That would be so sick if they collided.
Hey there, cutie pies, and welcome back. I will leave that there so that you guys can continue to play your little game, your little stream avatars game. Welcome back, darlings. I have missed you terribly. Did I already say, Eugene? Did I already say congrats on the 5-stream streak and thank you so much? I forgot, but welcome in. And welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, sweet Aseti. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, precious Patricia. Welcome back, excellent Eugene. Welcome back, my darlings. All right, let's continue dealing with the things that go... Thank you for the care package, Patricia. You did, yes? Oh, good. Okay. Sorry, Eugene. My memory is really... I mean, I always tell you how bad my memory is, but it's like especially bad today. Thank you, Patricia, for the care package. Oh, fuck. That was stupid. Okay. We're on for another hour? Yeah, that's right, sweet Strat. We'll go on for another hour. Oh, what's up here? Please nothing fall on me. Please nothing fall on me. Please nothing fall on me. Okay. We're due, I guess. Do fall on me. Fuck. Okay. Okay, come here, explode. You little shit. What's that? I hear another squeaky. Ah! Oh, okay, it's fine. I like the cat. Oh, the one on the left? So that's like a chibi-fied pouch pal. So I'm a Thylacine, so I'm a marsupial. Even though I'm called the Tasmanian Tiger, that's what my technical term is. I'm a Thylacine. But that is actually the little chibi-fied version of me in my animal form. Got another HollowNest seal. We are making a tremendous amount of progress today after thinking that we weren't going to make any. Do you work early tomorrow morning or does it start late? Also, well done, you guys. Excellent work on defeating the boss. I'm very proud of you guys. Well done. Rathalos is a nightmare in every universe they're put in. True. Tomorrow's an early start, sweet Strap, but it'll be a little bit better because Coda's going to doggy daycare, so I get to sleep in until about 8, so I'll get like 7-ish hours of sleep. To be fair, the pals don't evoke visions of Thylacines as well as your own design does. Yeah, that's true. Although, to be fair, it's hard to make like a Thylacine. Oh, uh-oh, what have I done? I think I've just fucked myself. What's happening here? Okay. Thylacines, Tasmanian Tigers are just kind of hard to make like chibi-fied versions of, you know? Ow! Oh, that was a fail. So Coda gets to play with his gang. He does. He does. And since I don't have to wake up early to go run him. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh fuck. Yeah. Since I don't have to wake up early to go and run him, I get to sleep in a little bit because he'll be running all day. I think a chibi Thylacine puppy cub would look more terrifying with a more accurate mouth. Yeah, you probably would. I assume he gets to meet his new girlfriend, the snack lady. He loves the snack lady. I feel like City of Tears has the most immaculate vibes of the whole map. It is. I really like the music here. Arctic. Hi there, amazing Arctic. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh my god, it's crazy that they just like run off and die. Sweetest Solar, thank you so much for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. I appreciate it. Up or down first? I guess I'll go up. Because I don't have the map here, do I? Oh, I do. Wait, where am I right now? Oh, I'm way up there. Maybe I should go down then. Yeah, I think I'll go down. There's a lot more space to explore up, so I'll go down just to finish that off. Hi there, outstanding orca. Welcome in. How are you doing? Then there we go. They're just cute. Exactly. That's the strat. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Oh, I hate these guys. I feel like for different animals to be chibified, attempted chibifications of that animal need to be commonplace and attempted often in order to for different kinks of the design to be figured out. With Thylacines, there are practically no instances of such, and so there's still a lot of room for people to add their own design and thoughts onto them. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the reasons that I wanted to be a Thylacine in the first place, because I was like, there's, like, when I say I'm the last of my kind, it's, you know, not even just a thing of like, I'm, you know, Thylacines are functionally extinct, but also that I have not seen a single other Vtuber that is a Thylacine based off of the Tasmanian Tiger, which is kind of crazy to me. I guess there's not that many Tasmanian Vtubers. Hey Tau, hey pals, doing good here. Finally made it to the new city. New job starts Thursday. That's so exciting. Are you excited? Okay, truth be told, I tried to make a Thylacine chibi, but it just ended up turning into a today pal. Yeah, that's kind of what my experience was too. That's why it wound up looking how it does. Like the pals wound up looking like they do, specifically because of the fact that they're, as soon as you start to like chibify them, they wind up looking, because you have to shorten limbs and you have to make stuff look cute. And to be honest, Tasmanian tigers, like by their very nature, they don't look cute. Like they're quite, like most Australian animals, like Australian exclusive animals, to be honest. They're quite weird looking, you know? They look like someone did a really strange job with the proportions of like a dingo or something. Ty, you'll be happy to know all of your links are the first results when you Google Thylacine VTuber. Hell yeah, let's go. Oh hey, actually, real quick, speaking of, there's only another week or so to vote for your favorite small VTubers. So if you, oh my god, that's actually really funny. That's a great emote. So anyway, I love that one. Let me see, hold on. There we go. Oh, amazing, Strat. Look at you go. Strat is, this is why you're my modager. Look at you go. That's exactly, Strat read my mind. Guys, please make sure that you vote in, or nominate in those, in that small VTuber award, link that Strat has just put up, because it would really help out your favorite VTubers. I voted for the one and only TauTassieTiger. Oh, I appreciate that, sweetheart. Thank you so much. It means the world. I really, really appreciate it. Helps that we share a brain cell. That's true. That's true. Wow, he's just floating there, isn't he? Okay, we're going down. Oh, thank you so much for contributing, excellent Eugene. Appreciate you. Okay, we're now at King's Station. Oh, oops. Did not mean to. Okay. Well, that worked out, I guess. In a roundabout way. Hey there, lovely Lolbit. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Good morning to you. Oh, finally. A rest spot. Let's go. A rest spot for respite. Sure, I'm glad I have 300 geo on me. Damn. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Awesome, sweetheart. I'm so happy to hear that. Well deserved, darling. Well deserved. Fuck. Okay. Oh, I'm swimming. I guess it helps that I'm not an acid. It'll either be super easy and I'll love it, or I'll be quitting by Friday morning. Damn. Tell me how you really feel. Oh, whoa. This place looks like it got fucked up. Okay, there's nothing there. Sometimes you just gotta try, you know? Sometimes you just gotta give it a shot. Oh. Egg lady. Very mean egg lady. Okay, we've been there. There's nothing over there. We'll go to the left now. Have we been to the left? Yes. Yeah. Oh, actually, that might actually be a spot with a gate, though. I'm pretty excited for Dispatch. They've hyped me up with the fact that they're going to be releasing it in chapters. I'm really excited about that, too. It's gonna be really, really cool. How am I supposed to deal with you? Do I... Pogo? Oh, no, I cannot pogo. Okay, noted. Sweetest Spider, thank you so very much for the care package, darling. Appreciate you. All right, weird, but related to Tasmanian Tigers. I had an artist do like shaded charcoal piece of a Tasmanian devil hybrid of a griffin. That's cool. This was years and years ago, and it's never seen the light of day, but it's weirdly connected. It is. Maybe it was fate that you wound up here, sweetheart. Ooh. I'm always fascinated by the prospect of fate. I've never really believed in it, but I find it, I have no other explanation for, you know, some things kind of like that. It's very, very cool. Oh God, I'm falling. Okay, now I think we need to go up again. Fate out here connecting them strings, exactly. And it just took a few years, you know. Ah, fuck. I'm a bad influence, but I say sneak a bowl. Oh, sneak a bowl. Hi there, lovely love. Welcome back in. How are you doing? How's the game going, by the way? Ah, okay, you just... Oh, fuck. Just falling off of things. 10 years, which is wild. That is wild. That's amazing. Well, we're so happy you finally found your way to us. We've only been streaming for 2 years, so... Fear not. We haven't been waiting for you for the full 10, but... Now that you've arrived, you must not leave us. Alright, we're going up now. I'm planning on buying the first Hollow Knight for Xbox. It looks fun. That's great, hun. That sounds super fun. We haven't been able to do the full run of the game like I would have liked, but we're getting somewhere. That's great. Sometimes that's all you need to do, to be honest. I know the preference is to do the full run through, but sometimes that is just how it be. Alright, we're going up. We're going up, 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 it's a moment. You know together we're going. Gonna be golden. Oh, uh-oh. Why does it sound like a boss battle? I guess it's not a boss battle, it's just multiple dudes. Oh, waves? Are these just waves? Oh, fuck, I think it is waves. Oh my god. Oh, shit! Adele's, welcome in. How are you doing? Just so you know, hun, we have a manual verification process, so you probably will not be permitted in until we get to know you a little bit. If you want to talk to us first, that would be appreciated. Oh my gosh. Oh, I think I got a parry there. Jesus. Ooh, it was... wow, look at all those bodies. Souls? Souls for me? No? I need that in Amelie cover version, please. Just watched a recap video of someone that did 112% run of this game. How is that possible? I'm gonna tell my parents that Tao is telling me to get ice cream. We'll see what they say about that. Can't argue with Tao. That's right, you tell them. Ooh, what have we got here? Is that the first part of expanding my soul? My soul skills or whatever? Oh, the free DLC added percentages. Gotcha. I see. Okay.
Ice cream? A piece for ice cream?
Not a Tau cover? No, that's totally fair. I don't think I can hit any of the notes in any of those songs. Alright. Fuck, I feel like I need to... I would take both, to be honest. You're so cute. Got him. I wonder where we should go now. I feel like I've taken out everybody available in here. I've officially nominated you for the awards. Oh, thank you so much, precious Patricia. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet. Commission Tau for golden cover? Oh no, I wouldn't allow you to pay me for that. That would be a mess. You do not want to pay for that. Yuck. Of course we need both. One doesn't live on Amelie alone. We need Tau for sustenance. I am merely the appetizer. Amelie is the main course. I don't know the specifics, but I do know it basically equates to getting every achievement in the game, which does require a restart for one of them. Wow. Okay. Jeez, that's some serious dedication. I love a Tau cover and any of the songs she loved to sing. Aw, thank you, sweetheart. Well, you might get that sooner rather than later, perhaps. We shall see. Many stag stations have been opened. Again, I can travel the breadth of the kingdom. So many grand thoroughfares and old sideways I'd forgotten. Somewhere amongst the lines lies the stag nest, the place where I was born and raised. I'd thought its location lost to my failing mind, but now I can almost remember the path. If you keep opening stag stations and beckoning me through them, perhaps I'll again find that nest. I would like that very much. Alright, well maybe we can do that for you, buddy. Hold on. First, I need to see... There are some good openers out there? What's an opener? We need to get you to pro level so we can get sponsored for covers. Can you get sponsored for covers? I didn't know that you could. Turns out my joke, 112% speedrun is when you do 100% speedrun, reset, and then do 12% speedrun. Wasn't that far off. Fair enough. I don't know, Tau. You're pretty amazing in your own right. You're so sweet, beautiful Bubbin. You're so sweet. What a cutie pie. That's rather gentle. That's a rather gentle giant. Nice choice for the voice. Aw, thank you, sweet Stan. I'm so glad you liked it. Thank you. Opening acts. Oh, that's what you mean. Like a. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to listen to me do an opener. I think my voice is best suited for karaoke in a tiny noise canceling room. Oh, can we go through? Looks like that cuts off a bit. Let me see. I wish that the banker was in other spots, though. What a pain in the ass to find her every time. Ancient Basin. Where can we go here? I feel like there's gotta be some other spots. I love singing. It's very fun to do when not in public or with other people around. Yes, exactly. Remember, you guys, tonight is your backseat night. What should I do next? Is there a boss I need to go confront that I'm not seeing, or should I keep on exploring? What is your suggestion, as you are permitted, despite the pinned message? I still don't want spoilers, which is why that's still pinned. But, you are welcome to backseat for tonight only, because I don't have the brain power. Do the bosses, yes. Which boss how do I know where your boss is? Do you want to try and deposit your money? Actually, how much money do I have? 482. Yeah, I probably could, and I probably should. I think the closest is probably the Queen Station. Did you go to Crystal Peak? Let me see. I think oh no, I guess not. Wait, how do you get to Crystal Peak again? I think you told me. Sorry, hon. Is that Crystal Peak? I tried my best, but I couldn't avoid Pokemon ZA spoilers and ended up seeing some people voice it. Oh, really? And I was like, I need Tau to voice this now. At least spoil it with a Tau voice. Strat, you're so cute. Above resting grounds. Oh, am I able to get there from here? Where am I right now? Where's my little guy? Oh, we're over there. Oh god, what a pain. It really is such a pain. Okay, City of Tears. City of Tears is actually where I need to go now. City of Tears. Oh. Huh? Is it there? I think we've been, just that you haven't gotten the map. Oh, right. Is that one of the ones up top? Maybe I should go back and see if I can buy it. Thank you for the care package, Sweet Spotter. Came back with Tim Tams instead. Lovely love. That's a great substitute. Yeah, agreed, Orca. Thank you so much, Cutie King. Appreciate you. You can go there as soon as you get Mantis Claw. Oh, okay. Yeah, then maybe I have done that. Let me go see if I can pick up a map. It's the one with the crystals and its peak. Such an early thing. Yeah, no, I probably have done it then. I might just not have the map. I think you might be right about that. Hi there, Sweet Shadow. How are you doing? The game goes well. We've actually done pretty decently today, all things considered. Hello. How are you? Let me see. I think she's over here. And he said that they'd have a map to buy. Is this not his wife? Who am I supposed to wait?
Bapanada.
Who do I go to see for who do I go to see to get the map? Because it said we found a note and he said to go talk to his wife, which I'm pretty sure this is his wife, right? What am I missing? I'm gonna take off a short visit today. I'm tired from all the moving and unpacking. Hopefully I'll be settled in and have a steady work schedule by next week though. Outstanding, Orca, that would be amazing. You know how much we would love to see you here even more often. Sweetheart, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. Hugs for Cutie Spotter as well. And Cutie King, thank you for contributing to the community game night and the D&D one shot. Do you like it when games have characters mumble like the minions instead of having actual voice lines? No. I mean, I don't mind it too much, but it is a little bit annoying sometimes. You haven't found him there, I don't think. Oh, crap. I'm pretty sure you need to go to Conifer himself for maps. He said to go... He told me to go to Dirtmouth for his map, though. That's so weird. Damn. Lovely Nix, thank you for the lurk, hon. I appreciate you. Fuck. Weird. Yeah, I know. I know for sure that's what he said. He was like, yeah, I have left this spot. If you would like to see me, you must go see my wife and she will give you map. That's if you find him, but don't buy a map from him. Oh, I might not have had the money, maybe?
Really?
Ah! From what I know, he appears in an area until you get the important thing done for that area, and then his wife sells the map for that area. Oh, okay. God, maybe I am going crazy. Fair enough. All right, let's go see if we can go to the Crystal Peak then. Oops. So we need to go over to the resting grounds because we're going above there, right? Who's your favorite character in this game? Haven't met too many, but I like Ghost. He's cute. And I like our stag friend, the stag beetle that we ride. Yeah, okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dartmouth and purchase a map of this area? Yeah, this is what I saw. Is this a glitch? Because she still doesn't have it. Fun fact, Gigi is replaced by a different NPC in Steel Soul mode because he's useless in Steel Soul. That's funny. Okay, interesting. Oh. All right, above resting grounds, you say. Oh wait, is it this thing? Maybe that's why I haven't been there, because I can't get in here yet. Is that maybe what it is, Roxy? Where else we should be going? Did I miss anybody saying anything about where they suggest we go next? I guess I could... Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm missing... Did I miss a spot over here? Do I need to go up? Hold on, we'll go through here. See if I can find a way up. Not that we're going to anytime soon. I'm just asking, if we do play a sim, what type of sim would you like to play? A driving one, or maybe a particular profession? I would like a horseback riding sim. But I don't think they have those, unfortunately. I don't know. I'd probably try whatever sim you guys wanted. I've played a fast food sim over on Snivy and Alan's channels, which was really fun together. Oh, I can't get up there. Okay, yeah, can't get up there. Haven't played this one myself, so I don't have a direction for you. That's okay, Sweet Solar, no worries. You're all good. I wonder if there's a... Can I... Oh, wait, is this... This won't let me do this, will it? No, okay, just checking. Tash should totally play Autobahn Highway Patrol Simulator 2023. I don't really want to play anything that's gonna wind up being potentially triggering or like controversial or something, if I can help it. There is a horse riding sim. Remember the game where you are a Mongolian horse rider? Oh yeah, that's actually out now. Oh, well, it's not out. The demo's out. I did play the demo for about 15 minutes. It was really bad. It was super glitchy, and if you do even one thing out of line, the game freaks the fuck out. It's really unfortunate. Farming Simulator has horses. Yeah, that'd be fun. We could play that. He leaves after the night has progressed enough in the area, usually by defeating the boss. So do I go back up now and hopefully get a map of the area? Because he left that note behind. That's sad. I wish they'd fix it. Well, maybe they will. It was just the demo. Like, the horse animation looked pretty good, but everything else about it was not great. I let my horse die to a bear. It wasn't really on purpose. It was kind of stuck, but technically I could have like called it out of there, but I was just curious what happens when the horse dies, and I fell through the world. And I was like, okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh no. Yeah. Guess we go back to RDR2. Yes, sounds good. Describe this game in 3 words. Ooh. Gothic, cute souls. Gothic cute souls. You have to find them in Crystal Peak. But in order to get to Crystal Peak, I have to go to that spot that is closed off to me. Is that right? I'd love to see that come back for a bit. It's a good time. I do really love that game. I would love to replay it. Pretty freaking hard. I like that more strat. Yeah, pretty freaking hard. Let's go with pretty freaking hard. Speaking of Mongols, I'm still waiting / praying on the Ghost of Tsushima Legends stream for real, for real. I wouldn't be opposed to that sometime if you guys really wanted me to do that. Yeah, is there like a... Okay. I don't think I'm able to... It doesn't look unless the entrance to the Crystal Peak is like above. I like this bug so much. let me see if I, can I get there through the Forgotten Crossroads, maybe? Oh, actually, it looks like maybe I can. Hold on, let's go to the Forgotten Crossroads. Alright, let's go there. You can! Oh, great, okay. I wonder if there's an issue as to, like, why I can't progress. It looks like I tried and then I couldn't. So let's go see. Alright, we gotta go up to Crystal Peak. Yep, perfect, okay. I love one-shotting things, it's so handy. Oops. Okay. If you had to choose only 2 games that you would have to stream for the rest of your streaming career, what would those 2 games be? Ooh. Ooh, that's hard. Good question, Strat. I think, oh god, but for the rest of my streaming career, well, we know how much I like to talk, so if I were to, like, as far as content and knowledge on the content, probably Witcher 3, because you can spend, I have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours in that game. And since I've read all the books and everything, and I absolutely love it, I think that I could probably do that. But man, for the rest of my streaming career, considering I want to stream for like, I would be really, really happy if I could hit the decade mark of streaming. I think that would be amazing. Fuck, I don't know if I could play Witcher 3 for 8 more years though. That would be tough. Well, but the second one, let's see, the second one would probably be, oh yes, this is perfect. Okay, perfect, Roxy, thank you so much. Whee! How? Second would probably have to be like a live service game, probably like an MMO. Could be Final Fantasy. Could be Final Fantasy 14. Let's not limit it to one game. Let's make it 2 franchises. Ooh, okay. Franchises. Okay, definitely The Witcher then, because they're gonna come out with some more of those, which I love. So Witcher for sure. I'm gonna crash into some spikes. And what would be a good franchise, secondary franchise? What's happening in here? Please nothing land on me. Oh, well, that was close. Oh, that's also close. Ooh, fuck, what would my next one be? Also, Magnificent Malleus, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? What about WoW? I don't know if I could play WoW for, another... I mean, I've already played it for many, many years, right? So, but I'm just thinking about, like, I don't know if... Excuse me. Ah, fuck. I don't know if WoW... Fuck me, dude. Let me heal. I don't know if WoW will be around for another 8 years, to be honest. I don't mean that in a bad way. I hope it is. Because I want to revisit it. But, you know what? I'm hoping what they're going to do is they're going to make it like... They're going to make like a WoW 2, but not in the same way that they made an Overwatch 2, which wasn't really 2. You know a lot about WoW as well. I do. That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. No thanks? No thanks for what, Lord? Oh, like for, WoW. Baldur's Gate 3 or Pop, perhaps? Or would you maybe like a cozy game to balance it out? I might be able to do Prince of Persia. I haven't played too many of the Prince of Persias, despite the fact that my second favorite game is Sands of Time. That's a good question, Strat. I'd have to think about that one. Ow. Turn around. Turn around, bright eyes. Wait, haven't we been here before? I think we have. Let's slide. Ooh, that was potentially hazardous. Oof, that was also close. Okay, I don't want to fall in there, do I? Oh, I do. Nom 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 nom. Tasty. Tasty, tasty. Have you considered Pokemon? I don't know if I like the state that Pokemon is in enough to play it, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. To play it for, like, the long haul. You know what? Probably Monster Hunter. Actually, Monster Hunter I could probably do. Oh, shit. I thought there was something to stand on there. I think Monster Hunter would be one that I might be able to play for a pretty long amount of time. Oh, there's a bench over here. I want to play Sands of Time again because I played it as a kid, but the Steam version was giga broken. Yeah, we also had some issues with some glitches. Yeah, there were definitely glitches for sure. I think I managed to get through it because my muscle memory came back to me. Because I actually speed ran that game way back before like the internet was really much of a thing. Legit, like when you had to like look it up. And yeah, I got really, really good at that game at that time. Oh, I hate these things. How? Oh, fuck. How old moment before the internet. The newest Pokemon has no new ones, and the new megas are so cursed. Like, what the fuck is Starmie? I actually haven't, yeah, I haven't looked at many of the megas. But I have heard that they are cursed. I have heard that. What's this? We got stuck in a drop loop. That was really funny. That was hilarious. That's one of my favorite clips, actually. Bruh. Okay. Oh, is Electros also fucked? It's a shame. Oh, there's a little baby. A little baby. Oh my god. Okay. Hello? Please don't be evil. Oh, good. So far, so good. No one's evil yet. Looks like those memes where someone stretches a model into an animation and it doesn't fit. Oh god, that's not great. Oh fuck, how am I supposed to? Oh, wait, what? What are these doing? Are they not possible to like? And they only do it when there's a, I see, when there's a wall. That's interesting. Ow, fuck you. PSA, oh, Dream Nail the grubs. Oh, thank you, good call. Legend of God art. Ooh, I can't wait to see your artwork, hun. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm on a quest to find and follow VTubers and possibly draw some. Oh, lovely legend. Listen, there is never any expectation, but if you felt like drawing me, I would be absolutely honored. 100%. I gave you that tip a little while ago, like today or like a different day. Oh, fuck. Okay. Wait, what? That's not, wait, that's not working. Am I doing it wrong? Conifer's to your left. Oh, like outside? I need to go and see him. I need to know where the fuck I am. I feel like the Tau age reveal, if it ever happens, will be way off the mark for most people's guesses. I'm right now on the money for a select few. Oh, ow. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Ah! Okay. We gotta get out of there. And it's healing time. Earlier today, when I told you how to tell the grubs and mimics apart. Oh, I thought you were talking about, I thought you were talking about the grubs, like I thought you were saying that the little caterpillar guys could be mimics. I thought that's what you meant. You're going the right direction? Oh, was I up here? Interesting useless fact that I learned from speedrunning this game is there's a gap between the laser and the bug's hitbox that you can squeeze through? Really? Yikes. That's, that seems very stressful to do. Oh god, I have to go all the way up here. Like, jump over. Oof. Ah, oh my god. Okay. Alright, platforming skills. Okay, platforming skills lock in. Oh, what's over here? You had fried chicken. That sounds delicious. Terrific, Thomas. Welcome in. How are you? And yes, we found our map, man. Come to scale the mountain. I've heard tale of a summit way up there. Too far for me, though, and I'm not really one for heights. Give me your map. Map maker, make me a map. Thank you for the care package, Sweet Spotter. Oh no, Ozzy, you have heartburn? I'm so sorry, darling. That really sucks. Legend of God, by the way, I wanted to let you know that if you would like to join our Discord, you're more than welcome to. It's a small but very cozy space, quite active. And you are welcome to share any artwork that is yours, aka not made by AI, and also that is safe for work. Yeah, we'd love to have you. Oh, I'm so glad we got a map here. That's amazing. Okay, there's no hope there. You'll cope? Oh, but it sucks. I've had to try and sleep with heartburn. It is next to impossible. I applaud you for trying though, because that's difficult. Ah, fuck, stop. Oh my god. I don't have much in the way of health at the moment. Actually, can I kill this little guy, I wonder? Sleeping with heartburn? Yeah, it's tough. Yes. Oh, another bench. Love that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Just as bad as waking up to it. That's also true. Joyous Jasmine, welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Hello, motherfucker. I have to eat handfuls of Tums to even get comfortable enough to try. Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm good. How are you? I'm great, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Having a very, very low energy evening. What is this? Who is that? Friend? Foe? Uh-oh, foe. Okay, it's foe. Okay, got it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ha. I shouldn't have touched him. I shouldn't have touched him. I'm so sorry. Fuck. Okay. Take care, guys. Kick that dude's ass for me. Absolutely awesome, Ozzy. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'm so sorry that you're not feeling well. Oh, fuck. Oh, very faux. Meep. Extremely faux indeed. Oh, damn. Okay. Shit, is the best way to get there still gonna be through, I've dropped so many souls if I don't... I must retrieve mine souls. That boss is quite hard to kill. Fuck. Oh, actually, I guess I could use this opportunity to go and see what the deal is with the lady up top, and she'll find that I have regrets in the form of 500 plus geo. I am hyped for when we
send the little green guys in jars are the grubs, but some of them are mimics and you use the dream nail to figure them out. Forgive me, Tal, was I not clear enough?
No, that's what I thought you were talking about, Patricia. I thought, but then what Roxy was saying was, or I thought what Roxy was saying was the grubs with the spikies, the ones that I was like, I can't kill these things that are like beaming shit. And then I thought that Roxy was saying that you can use the dream nail on them, and then that makes them like vulnerable, but that didn't seem to be working for me. Oh, you need Geo for that though? Damn it. Shit. I wonder if maybe she can take a... Can she reduce a... I can return your regrets to you so they can be dealt with. You want that? Perhaps you'd be willing to part with a little of your food. She wants food. Oh, this is what the rancid eggs are good for. I was gonna say, is she gonna take a like a bit of my money before she gives it back? But no, she wants to be stinky. Do I have to fight this thing here? I do. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm wealthy again. I'm not wealthy again. Oh, the actual grabs. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. I totally misinterpreted that. My bad. Sorry, sweetie. Pretty sure the beaming shits, that's what we're calling them. That's a different thing. Oh, yes. Okay. All right, I see. I understand now. Roxy was referring to the same thing as me. Oh, okay. Yep. All right, that's just my misunderstanding. The first person to ever play this game and get killed by their shade must have been so confused, probably. Will you be going on for much longer, or do we end soon? We'll end in the next like half an hour or so as we start. I want to do a tad bit more. Made some pins so you can record their locations. Corner has been telling me about these strange whispering roots. Told me he's found some interesting looking graves, new additions to the shop. Can use them to mark interesting spots. Alright, I'll take some of these so that we can keep track of some stuff. How about that? Can I just say, Iselda has some serious cake. You're checking out bugs now? Put your shit. I have a redback in my backyard if you want to look at that abdomen. Alright, Forgotten Crossroads. Let's try and go back over to the peak. Crystal Peak. I would really like to access a bench closer to the Crystal Peak, or in the Crystal Peak. Cake is cake, Tau. Okay, fair point. That's a good point. In my opinion, regular exploration is easier in Silksong, but the bosses are a lot harder. But they keep nerfing the easier bosses. Oh, interesting. So there's like a massive difficulty spike when you run into like a really hard boss, is that right? Ow. Alright, let's get back over here. Yeah, kinda? Okay. Okay, we've been there. Oh, ow. Fucking yikes. So glad that crystals dropping on my head doesn't do damage. Okay, let me see here. Let's go all the way to the right, actually. Oh, there is a bench down here. Did I see it earlier and I just... Ow, fuck. After more than a year of being around me and chat most days of the week, you of all people ought to know that my rampant homosexuality does not end at the species boundary. That is true, I have noticed that. I'm the wrong person to ask since I grinded the Pantheon in HollowNest before going to Silksong. Ooh, that sounds tough. Is it tough? Yay. All right, let me see here. I wanna go all the way to the right. My experience of difficulty is so much more skewed than the average player. That's a fair point. Ow! Oh, you little bitch. Oh no. No, I'm not dealing with you actually. Oh no, please. God. What's that way? We've been there before. Ah. Humans, bugs, horses, robots, eldritch beings, etc. All falling for my gayness. I love that. Beautiful, beautiful. We'll be back in just a bit. Need to turn on the lights. It's starting to get dark here. Absolutely, sweet strat. No worries, huh? Oh, God. Ah! Oh, you suck. No! Fuck me, dude. Cannot believe it. Okay, at least it died. I wouldn't consider it a spoiler since it's a separate mode and you can't even see bosses you haven't killed in the game. Okay, fair enough. I'll trust you on that one. You've been pretty good about being careful with spoilers, so I'm not worried about you. You know, if you feel like you're getting worse, we can always stop and do something else for 1 hour. Do you feel like I'm getting worse? Oh, what? Where are we now? I'm not gonna get across there. There's no way. But I'll try. I will try. Oh, fuck. If you just let me do some wall jumping, I'd make it. Wait. Oh. Fuck, I've fallen all the way down here. Balls. Okay. All right, back up we go. You know what? Never mind. You're doing great. He says as I fall 70,000 Ks. No, that's all right. Well, we'll finish up pretty soon. I just wanted to map as much of that area as I could, pretty much. Get like a solid, you know, starting point for where we want to go next. I think that Tau is just being Tau, and that is enough for me to be happy. Wait, did I do something dumb? I was so close. Fuck. Oops. Sorry. Pebbles! Hi there, precious Pebbles. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. How are things going, my dears? How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. If you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you would like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. We are playing our very first playthrough of HollowNest. You guys, this is Pebbles, in fact, a haunted doll VTuber who hath graced us with their presence, fresh from the raid and look outside. Why does that sound like a horror game? This artist and graphic designer, fluent in both English and German. Awesome. Guten Morgen or Guten Nacht. For me, it's Guten Nacht. Bequeaths us with their creative talents from Silent Hill F, New Game Plus runs to Fanart Fridays. Their streams be a cozy haven for lurkers and LGBTQIA plus folks alike. Tis lit, fam. Welcome in, sweet Shield Valkyr. And sweetest Stephanie, welcome in as well. And Pebbles, hello. It was so good. I'm so happy to hear that. That's excellent. Is it a horror game? And Varys, welcome in, Varys. Emperor great, huh? I was specifically told not to send that message. Oh, lovely Lord Coffee. Did you bring everybody in, sweetheart? Thank you so much if you did. Welcome back in over here, lovely Lord. Did you just do this on the fly? Tausie. Wait, do what? What did I do? Beautiful blue echo art, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. We'd love to see your art sometime, beautiful blue. And it sounds like you're also an artist, precious Pebble. Is that correct? Your model is amazing. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. My amazing model mama outdid herself. I did the design. She did everything else. So I'm so glad that you like her. Thank you so much. And cutie coffee. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I like the whole spiel on what I do. Incredible. Oh yeah, isn't that cool? Yeah. Highly recommend. It's Frosty Tools. So if you go get Frosty Tools, it'll do that for you when you get raids. It's a really great way to make sure that people it's very useful to make sure that you don't have to be like when I, the self-advert. Tell me about yourself. Well, that's a bit vague, isn't it? But yeah, Pebbles, welcome in, sweetheart. When is your next stream, if I may ask? And how did you enjoy your horror game, by the way? While you let us know, if you don't mind, I'm going to show you guys a little video about us.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find do?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassieTiger.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! I hope that was informative and not too cringe. But yes, welcome in, sweethearts. Pebbles, you usually stream on Tuesday for games, and then Fridays and Sundays both art. You guys, we got another artist in the chat. I know we got a lot of artists in here who would like to follow some fantastic artists. We got Pebbles, who's streaming on Fridays and Sundays, both art. And games on Tuesdays. Sounds like also a lot of horror. What other games do you play, lovely Pebbles? Look Outside is a horror RPG. A horror RPG, oh my gosh. Kinsight, hello, cutie Kinsight. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, darling. How are you doing? Such an incredible intro. Blue, I'm so glad that you liked it, sweetheart. And Joyous Jiro, welcome in. You guys, this is Kinsight Era. I hope I'm saying that right, sweetheart. The Aussie Dingo VTuber. Fellow Aussie, amazing, have graced us with their presence and once more. Known for their chill vibes and LGBTQIA+ pride, they fumble through games and exist with a cursing flair. You and me both, sweetheart. Recently spotted in Just Chatting, they also embark on shopping adventures with fellow streamers. Fear not, for their streams are 18+ only. Stay tuned for more royal shenanigans. Kinsight, cutie Kinsight, thank you so very much for coming in and bringing your lovely community in. And thank you for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. You're mostly playing horror, Pebbles. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Is that all the time, or is that just for Halloween? Kinsight, hope you're having a wonderful day and a great stream. I am, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for asking. Yes, it's been great. What about yours? What were you up to, cutie Kinsight? Let me just see and let us know. Why don't you let us know what you were doing? Oh, Just Chatting. What were you up to during your Just Chatting spree? A little bit about me for your community as well, and a little bit of elaboration for you, Precious Pebbles, and your lovely community. Raiders from Kinsights, by the way, please make sure that you, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. It's really late here in Oz, past midnight now. But yes, if you need a raid and run, all good. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. This is my first time playing doing a playthrough of HollowNest. Some other stuff we do, I'm also an artist, so on Fridays, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, we do art, and you get to come on in, help me decide what we're going to draw. You also get to request music from Spotify, which is fun. We do that together. On Sundays, we are doing my very first playthrough ever of a Persona game. On Mondays, we're doing my very first playthrough ever of Final Fantasy XIV. On Tuesdays, we are playing Hollow Knight, although starting next week and until the end of the releases, we are going to be playing Dispatch, which is like a superhero Telltale Games kind of game. So if you want to come in for that, it'll basically be like watching a movie with me, except I get to make decisions. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything about us. We got some really cool stuff happening specifically this week that we don't normally do. You guys get to save up for community goals. Like right now, we're saving up for a D&D one-shot, saving up for a community stream day. But on Friday, we will actually be doing an IRL hiking stream. You get to hang out with me and my dog while we go for a hike. I'll make some redeems so you guys can pet the dog or give the dog a treat. On Saturday, we are doing a storytelling stream as well, because I'm a voice actor and a narrator, and I love to read your guys' amazing writing. So if you would like to submit anything, you are welcome to. You just have to do so in the Discord. And yeah, we got lots of fun stuff going on, but it is such an incredible pleasure to have you guys. Let me scroll up and say, see what you guys have said here. Pebbles, so far the entire time, been only streaming for like 4 months. Pebbles, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, great progress for you, sweetheart. Surely you've been enjoying it. I was up to a variety of things, making model tweaks, playing some Rocket League and chatting with friends. Awesome, Kinsight. That's That sounds really fun, hun. I hope you had a great time. Which persona? Persona 5. Please no spoilers. We're like banning people based on spoilers because it's like hundreds of hours of gameplay and I do not want to be spoiled. But yes, Persona 5 Royal Pebbles. I'm on the West Coast, so I'm going to stick around and keep you tabbed up. Oh, thank you so much, Cutie Kinside. I really appreciate that. Thank you, lovely. And Stephanie, those are some banger games. I'm so glad that you like them. We are having a great time with them. We are really enjoying it. And Sweet Shadow, thank you for contributing to the D&D one-shot challenge. You can pet the dog. It's true. There's a picture of my dog. We have 2 emotes of my dog. Let me see here. Hi there, Terrific Trash. Welcome in. How are you? But yeah, thank you so much, Kinsai and Lovely Pebbles. Thank you both so much for bringing your gorgeous communities in. I really do appreciate it. As you can see on the upper left hand side of the screen, normally I'm a bit more energized than this. Had a bit of an exhausting, emotionally taxing day, so I'm a little bit less like hyperactive than I normally am, but all the same, I am so grateful to have you guys here. I promise to take the best care of your beautiful communities until you come on back to reclaim them. And you guys, please check out the amazing N Pebbles and the Cutie Pie Kinsite Era. Do you have to go lurk now, Tassie? Happy to be here. Absolutely, Precious Pebbles. Thank you so very much for joining us. I really appreciate you. You're fine, no worries. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. All right, you guys, we'll get back into it, but I'm quite interactive, so feel free to chat with me while I'm playing. If I miss something that you really want me to see, don't hesitate to just resend it, okay? Bruh, I have this link click song stuck in my head. And I keep on hearing it in my brain. I think I'm gonna head out for tonight and go to sleep. Today was such a fun stream. Can't wait to see you again for a super special Friday. Absolutely, Precious Patricia. I'll be seeing you for 2 streams on Friday. Very exciting. Thank you so much for dropping in, hon. I appreciate you. Click the buttons. Click. Exactly, Loner. That's exactly. That is the link click song I was thinking of. That is the one. Actually, I'm tempted to play it for you guys real quick. It's so not a Hollow Knight sounding song. It's so good. Good news, I get to start watching Link Click if I get done with work tonight. You have to tell me what you think. You have to tell me what you think of the banter. Tell me if you see any parts of anyone you know in any of these characters. Royal gets persona traits. Will Seed's slightly different story, a lot of extra stuff to do, and the grappling hook, and that's just what you've encountered so far. Yeah, it's been really, really cool. I've really enjoyed it a lot. Okay, have we decided? Yeah, the resting grounds. I don't want to go back and fuck with that boss. He was really scary. Do not want to deal with him again. All right, so. Let's just get across here real quick. All right, we gotta go up. Okay, I'm gonna play the fucking song. I can't not play the song. Hold on a second. I need to make sure that I've got it separated out. Yeah, I do. Great. Don't worry, this will not be captured on so good. It's such a catchy song. Okay. Yeah, okay, here we go. We're gonna listen to it while I play. I'll try to keep it low because it might be a bit jarring if it's not low for you guys. There you go. Oh my god, this is such a banger. Welcome back, Sweet Sam. Welcome back. Now fight with the rhythm. Oh yeah, wish me luck. Oh fuck. Damn. I did work out to this song today and it was like so good. Oh wait, we've been here before. Just gotta go up. Oh fuck, we're here again. Oh fuck! Ow, fuck this guy. Ah, double fuck. Since we are playing that, could we have Bandage and Inertia play as well? Okay, fine. I'll queue those up. I may need to add this to my playlist. It's so good. I have zero experience dancing, but yo, I really, there you go. I want to learn this dance. So good, man. So good. It has no right being this fucking good. It's such a good song. And the dance is amazing too. Oh fuck. There. I thought you were great at dancing. I'm not great at dancing. I'm good at martial arts. I'm not good at dancing. Oh, and I did compete in a regional salsa competition with my Spanish teacher. I did do that. But this is not that kind of dancing. Okay, so you want inertia. Let's put inertia on. Is the music volume okay? Thank you so much for the care package, Sweet Spider. You did? I did. People have argued that martial arts is like dancing. I would say it's more about the athleticism than fucking hell. Oh, okay, just demolish that. That's fine. It's more about like athleticism rather than like the rhythm of it, I suppose. I'll help you with dance classes. Please do. Okay, I'm not gonna fall for this again. Is this the scary guy? This is the scary guy. I don't want to deal with him. It's slow, but we won't be able to hear the game otherwise. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought too. What's that? Oh, we got a shopkeeper's key. I don't even know what that means. Oh, fuck. I need to... Hi there, cutie cat. Welcome in, darling. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Need to get something from outside? All good. All good. Oh, I wish this guy would move. Ow! Oh! He just threw me. Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! Hold on. Jesus, man. That was a mess. Okay, gotta roll for stealth. Fuck. Until the night goes, I can split your bone. Skin on the table, gotta make a difference. 42 out of 100. Yeah. You know what? Let's put it this way. I noticed you, but that's a good thing. I think that's a hit. Okay. Don't tell me there's another boss up here. What? Hello?
Ah, quite a view, no? I'm not surprised you survived the trek through these shimmering caverns. There's an air of strength about you. I suspect it would be quite intimidating, if not for your small stature.
Yuki Gamer, hi there, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Main thing is that Tau saw. I saw you, cutie kata. I hope you're doing super well.
Did it sadden you to see those miners below, still laboring at their endless task? Even overcome, strong purpose has been imprinted upon their husks. The crystal ore is said to contain a sort of energy. Not as powerful as the soul of the city dweller's harness, but far less lethal.
Wait a second, this isn't the right song. Hold on, sorry. We said bandage, all right.
Strange to know such ancient facts. I wonder from where my knowledge comes. At this high vantage, I can just make it out, the light from that sad little town. I doubt its residents could even comprehend the scale of the world that surrounds them. So small, it seems.
Everyone loves the monster team you did. Oh, you have it sitting in the corner of your stream. Cutie cat, I am so flattered. Thank you for doing that. You know, you don't have to, but I'm so glad that you like it so much, and I'm so glad they do too. That's amazing. Thank you so much. It's gonna hurt more the longer you wait. I have been bad. Something's fishy. I didn't realize when, but I started shrimping. Naughty Strat. No shrimps. No shrimps. We gotta soon. Ow, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. He's gonna fucking kill me. Time to get out of the unshrimpinator. That's right. You got it. Sorry. I've had people ask me about it, and I'm like, Tau drew her for me and did such an amazing job. Here, go follow. Aw, thank you so much for the shout out, cutie cat. I appreciate that. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, lovely. Ow. Oh my god, unbelievable. Wait, can I go through there now? Oh. Not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, I can't get through there for the stinkies. The stinky egg. Oh fuck, I keep on doing that. I keep on standing in the way of it. And back with eggs, hash brown, sausage, and an apple. Oh my gosh, Judo, sounds like a delicious brekkie. We are close to 2.8. We may get to 700 on YouTube before the end of the year as well. That would be amazing, you guys. If you do like the content, please consider supporting us over on YouTube as well. It's free, as you know. Sorry, we're actually going to listen to this song one more time. And also on Twitter and Blue Sky and here, obviously, TikTok as well. I would love to do a cover of this one day too, but I have to learn how to pronounce things in Chinese first. Damn it. Whoa. Jesus. Holy shit. Hello? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die. Ah, I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I am about 23 points from being made to have pink hair IRL. That sounds super fun though. You'd look amazing with pink hair. You were just playing so you can listen to the songs, aren't you? No, maybe. I have not found an anime that I like the music, like all of the music, every single second of all of it, more than Link Click. Link Click has some absolutely stellar soundtracks. Subscribble complete. Thank you so much, Sweet Cheddar. I appreciate that, darling. Thank you, thank you. Means the world. I really appreciate the support, lovelies. Thank you. Thought you loved Level from Solo Leveling? Yes, but there are like different parts of the sound of the music in the show that I don't like as much as other things. Link Click has like the best soundtrack all throughout the entire show. Flawless. And you're subbed to YouTube now too. Thank you so much, Sweet Shadow. I appreciate it. Thank you ever so much for the support, you guys. You were so sweet. All right, I'm going to see if I can sneak past. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try and sneak past. Oh, wait, maybe I don't need to. Maybe I can just, please don't make me sneak past the guy. Oh, he's sitting on the bench, that motherfucker. Damn it. Oh, I need the bench, bud. Yikes. Can you just get up? Can you just get up? There you go. I hope you enjoyed my little soundtrack spree. Thank you for being patient with me. Okay, well, I have two health. I don't think this is gonna go well. But I have made it to the other side now, so I wonder if there's is there something else that I'm gonna, oh wait, hold on. These fucking things. Oh my god. Hello from the other side. Oh, deflect. Yes, gotcha. Oh. Is this locked? Yeah. That's all I know of that song. Something about 1,000 times. I actually don't know much of it either, Strat. Oh, come on, I can barely reach it. Oh, no fair. I'm actually going to places that I haven't been before now. Oh, fuck. Ow. Oh, there's like 2, 3. How dare you? You know 2 extra words? You've betrayed me. It's true, I have unfortunately betrayed you. I'm so sorry. What can I say, Strat? I've been deceiving you this whole time. Oh fuck. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Okay, we gotta get out of there. Had to eat 4 random US snacks that Zelda grabbed. Only one was decent. It was Hot Ones Pringles. Oh no. What other types did he have you try? It's fine. I will balance it out with anime watched. He sounds good. Oh my gosh. Hi, Fabulous Fang. Welcome in. It's been forever. How are you doing? We missed you. Welcome, welcome, honey. Oh, that was dumb. Oh, that's dumb. Double dumb. Triple dumb. Ow. Whoa. Whoa. This is, okay. Is this possible to do at my current? Okay, it is. Wait, if I run into it, it counts as a... Jesus, fuck. Okay. Wait, can I am not doing so hot. Snickers drink, strawberry pop rocks, some weird sweet sour raspberry thing. The drink was the worst as I hate peanuts. Wait. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Oh my god, I literally ran into it. Okay, I think that might be our finishing point. I think we might, well, I'm gonna go and retrieve my souls first, my geos. And then we'll finish up. Snickers has a drink? I know, I did not know that. That is crazy. Peanuts in a drink, indeed. Hi there, cutie cotton kisses. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for being here. All right, you guys. Well, we're gonna start looking into finishing up now. Remember, our next stream is going to be Friday. We actually have a double stream on Friday. We almost never do that now, but we are doing that now because we are doing our IRL hiking stream at the time that we typically would be doing our art stream, and then later on in the evening, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, you will get your art stream. It'll be a shorter one, but it'll be fun nonetheless. And then after that, we will, on Saturday, we will be doing a storytelling stream. So come on in. That's a perfect one to like fall asleep to or relax and vibe to, because there's no visuals to it. It's just gonna be, I mean, I'll be on the screen obviously, but it'll mostly just be me reading the stories that you guys have written. All right, sweethearts, we'll move over here. Are you gonna have the same shoes as your model? I will not this time, because the shoes my model has are based off of the hiking boots that I have back in the States now. But I will be wearing another pair of hiking. I have so many pairs of hiking boots. The stereotype for women is that they have like 50 pairs of like heels and stuff. Not me. I have like 6 pairs of, I have 0 pairs of heels, and I have like 6 pairs of hiking boots specifically. It's for multi-day endurance racing, and just like some I just refuse to get rid of, even though they're ancient and have holes in them. But yes, I'm very excited about that. You guys, you know, I came in here not feeling so good, and I am still low energy, but I really, really, really want to thank you guys so incredibly much for just how sweet and wonderful and kind and patient you have been with me tonight. Thank you so much. It really means the world, and I cannot possibly appreciate you more, to be honest. You're so lovely. And I think we're gonna go and see. Sorry, you can hear me listening to our potential raidee. Dearest Dustin, thank you so much for the head pat.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, I think we're gonna go see Rosalie, who is also playing through. Oh, she's literally fighting the crystal thing that I could not beat, even though I only tried once. But still, there was no chance. You guys, thank you so much for joining me. I really do appreciate it. If you're going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Cutie Pies, again, thank you for always being so kind to me and to everyone that you meet. It reflects well on you, on this community, on the world around you, and I am so grateful to have every single one of you here. So thank you so much. Whether you chatted, lurked, did both, did neither, I appreciate you. All right, sweethearts. Well, please take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. And I cannot wait to see you again on Friday for our IRL hiking stream. I'm very excited. On that note, sweet pies, we will see Rosalie right now. Mwah.